All right, guys, we're going to switch from weather coverage to coverage of the Southern California wildfire.
How you feeling, Zeus? How you feeling? Good. Bored. All we're doing is like going back and forth or not. It's like I don't know why we're flying. They're gonna turn it around today. I guarantee. You can just tell. Don't you get the feel, Vince, covering all these? Don't you think today's the turning day? They're hitting this. Yeah, because look, there's not much more to burn too. They have this covered with the Foz check. It's a big bowl right there. They're gonna let some of that in the higher terrain up by Wrightwood burn. Right? Than they did yesterday. Totally. that slope this winter by Lido Creek, that's not going to be good. I mean, that huge canyon is just going to wash itself out. Yeah, mud and debris flow. I did some research on it a couple years ago and the process, and essentially what happens when that chaparral burns, it leaves behind sort of this waxy layer that's right at the surface, and that helps with the slipperiness, the moving component. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this would be live only. Yeah. That was a great drop. Yeah. That was awesome. He was a good pilot. There was a guy yesterday who was not happening. That was like a little pivot. That was like a soccer move. All live audio. Oh, look at that. They're hitting this so hard. Yeah. They're going to just let that little bowl area burn and stay with him. Or coming to me after this. Is he leaving? Pan left. That's what is that? Oh, he's okay. All right, go back to the. I don't see a tanker. Do you? The blue cut fire here, day 3, Maria, and I'll tell you what, they are hitting this southeastern flank hard in the air with water dropping helicopters and the tankers making new Phos-check drops, trying to get that containment number. Still at only 4% contained. That number will increase today. It is looking much better from our vantage point. I think today is going to be the day where they make the turn on this fire. Here's the southeastern flank. This is burning closest to Lido Creek, but Lido Creek, you appear to be out of any imminent danger at this time. They're trying to contain this southeastern flank. And there's another hot spot. It's burning well to the east of Wrightwood, up the mountain there, near the border of the San Gabriel Mountains. This is burning in the San Bernardino Mountains. I got some good news too. We're going to widen out and tilt the camera down. The first drop from the DC-10 on its way. It'll be coming into view here, coming up into the Devore area, coming south from San Bernardino International Airport. We'll tilt the camera down a little bit more, and you're going to be able to see it here. This will be the first drop from the DC-10. 12,000 gallons. There it is. Tilt the camera down just a little bit, Vince, and you'll see it coming into frame. We'll bring you an update on this and the drop coming up at the top of the hour. Love that sight. Yeah, he may do one run first. Go ahead. Go ahead. We already got some. We'll get you a little bit more, but we're running low on fuel, so yeah, stand by. Does Andrew have an update for me on the 15? Did he make that call to the CHP? Yeah, look at, yeah, I wonder what that is. I wish, there's a lot of cars coming south. I know, but I got nothing from the desk, so I don't. Yeah, you're right. I got a hit coming up here at 9. That's why I asked you earlier, Andrew. No biggie. No, I know you got a lot going on up there, but that's why I called you early. I just can't do it I would do it, believe me. Pitcher only, right? Let's record it, Vince. Um, all right, no, we got it. We're going to do live here. We're coming to me here. And then I want to go back and show the command center. We'll do all live. I'm going to talk freeway. You got nothing, right, Andrew? Okay, nothing. Okay. Skyfox to news desk. Can you please see if they're taking us at 9? Otherwise, we're going to drop down now and get our fuel. Let's get the tracks now. I'm sorry. There's no, like, can't believe we flew for 45 minutes. They didn't take us once. Beautiful. Thank you so much. TMZ's on it? Harvey? All right, here's the tracks for CBS. CBS request, Andrew. Greg asked. Copy? Yes, this is the area where the fire jumped the tracks in. And Andrew, I'm trying to find out if they're taking us at all in the 9. Otherwise, I want to get down. What do you know? We're running. Hey, Andrew, we're running low on fuel. They told me earlier this morning that it was going to be at the top of the 9. So if you could just, because otherwise we'll just go in now. this fire first started around 10:30 on Tuesday morning. The Blue Cut Fire. We're into day 3. The ignition, the trigger of that fire, that's unknown. From our vantage point up here in Skyfox, I'm going to say today is going to be the day in which firefighters make the turn for the better. I think they're going to be able to get a handle on it today. We have 2 areas. This one near Lytle Creek, they continue to hit hard in the air. Water dropping helicopters and those FOS check drops. We've seen a number of drops in just the last half hour, including the first drop of the 10 air tanker carrier, the 65-foot long tank, dropping 12,000 gallons of that fire retardant. This is a C-130. It has 3,000 gallons of that fire retardant. They're hitting this ridge just to the east, northeast of Lytle Creek. It's this hot spot and the one burning well to the east of Wrightwood that they're really concerned with still. But I'll tell you what, Wrightwood, we're hearing from the air attack commander up here. If you are waking up, you want to know about your property up there, Wrightwood is in the clear as of right now. No immediate threat. Same for Lytle Creek. All of this is just brush, chaparral, and of course timber at the higher elevations of the San Bernardino National Forest. We'll watch the C-130 make the drop, and as we do, I-15 northbound open between Devore, the 215, up into the high desert community. Southbound remains shut down, but we got some encouraging news just now as we make, yeah, look at that drop right along the ridge line there, painting it there below the ridge. These pilots are amazing, how talented they are, trying to protect structures, trying to get that containment line up. Southbound lanes of the 15 coming into view there. It's possible maybe reopening within the hour, but as of right now, closed. Closed because that side is closest to where the fire is burning, and also because there was some guardrail and some damage to the freeway itself. It actually jumped the freeway when that fire first started. Right now, it's just being used for emergency vehicles. That's the northbound side of the 15, making the way up the Cajon Pass towards the high desert communities. Rail service has returned as well. Good news there. I want to finish with this shot. Look at this, Tony and Araxia. This is Blue Cut City, as I like to call it. This is at Glen Helen, I should say, in Devore. This is the command post for this Blue Cut fire. Really, it is a city of firefighters, a mutual aid situation. Firefighters from all over Southern California. Let me show you all the resources in place here. This is where the firefighters spent the night. Some of them spent the night up on the hill battling the fire, but others down below here. The resources, the bulldozers that are used to cut lines, all the other trucks, the pumper trucks from all over Southern California and other parts of the state as well. This is where they position. This is where they get their briefing. This is where they are deployed to fight this fire. But again, I'm going to tell you, from my vantage point, I really believe today is the day they're going to make the turn, and we're going to bring you some more encouraging numbers by tomorrow morning. Let's hope so. Let's hope no more structures are lost at this time. And it certainly does, and these cities pop up within just a few hours' time. It's amazing to see the infrastructure involved in that as we see yet another FOS check drop there. You can see crews there on Canyon Boulevard position as well. Again, firefighters, 1,300 plus personnel in all battling this Blue Cut fire. I want to say one thing, though, Tony and Roxy. I want something so badly. And, as a meteorologist, I look at this. I'm so concerned with the fall. So want it to rain. We need rain so desperately here, and we're not going to get it. This is a Mediterranean climate. We're influenced by high pressure during the summer months, but let's really hope, especially listening to the professor from Pomona College earlier in the show. We're really going to be up against it this fall when the Santa Anas start blowing in late September and October. And if we can get an early start to the rainfall season, man, we could use it. 5 years going into a 6-year drought here in SoCal. Yeah. All right. Yep.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut away from this coverage of the Southern California fire momentarily. We'll bring this back to you in a few minutes.
Skyfox News Base, we're out of field. We're heading into yeah, I guess that's the plan now. Thanks for that update and getting it in time. I appreciate that.
As you can see, the helicopter in Southern California is flying away from the fire. It's actually going to refuel so that we can bring you more coverage of the fire burning in San Bernardino County. So what we're going to do now is take you live to Phoenix, Arizona, back here, right down the street from the Fox 10 studios. Senator John McCain holding a roundtable discussion on national security with veterans in attendance. We're going to take you there live now, and we'll bring you more fire coverage later today.
Yes.
Guys, please stand. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Get to the podium. Can I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Amy, before you get started, man, please.
The flag's on the
That
other
flag
side.
is up on the wrong side. We gotta get that straight. You got it? Now we got it. Now you can go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Travis L. Williams Post 65, which I'm a member under the leadership of Commander Marcus Spells. Thank everybody for coming to Post 65 this morning. I'm here on behalf of a program we have here at Post 65 called Veterans Reach to Teach, and I'm a veteran myself, served in Desert Storm. But Veterans Reach to Teach is a program that any veteran who exits the military, we make sure that we get his fingerprint cards, we make sure that we get his help him with his continuing education to go into our classrooms here in the state of Arizona. On that note, I would love to bring up Mr. Martin Sapo.
Well, good morning, everyone. Senator McCain, AP, Mr. Powell. Someone that big, you have to say Mr. Powell. Thank you. Vice Mayor Johnson, thank you for having us. I'm Martin Sepulveda. I'm a retired Navy Reserve Commander. I've served combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan recently. Actually, my son and I are actually serving in Iraq at the same time. I'm one of Senator McCain's Veterans Coalition co-chairs, along with Rick Bromley, Colonel Rick Erickson, and Brian Martin, retired Special Operations pilot. Now, I want to thank you all for taking your time this morning. There's a lot of things we could be doing in the morning with our families and what have you, but this is important that we're all here today. We're here as Arizonans, Arizona voters, patriotic Americans. And it's really incumbent that we really rally the forces, whether it's our family, our friends, our neighbors, and really make sure that we get max participation in this upcoming primary, and beyond that, the general. I don't think anyone here can think of no one any more sought after than Senator McCain when it comes to international affairs, national defense, defense spending, defense reform, and certainly our VA, the problems at the VA. Very, very big problems, as we all know. And when people, not just veterans, but people want to be angry and talk to me how bad things are and maybe not like incumbents or whoever they think is part of the problem, I'll look them in the eye and I say one thing. Do you really think that the Veterans Affairs issues would still be in the front page if not for Senator McCain coming out and demanding accountability, holding very public testimonies in front of Congress? You need to ask them that. And as veterans, that impacts us. That impacts our families. One of the reasons we're here, certainly the round table, But we've got a letter that was recently undersigned by 50 Navy captains, Army, Marine Corps colonels, Army generals, Marine Corps generals, and Navy admirals. 50 very senior officers, because they believe very strongly in Senator McCain's service to our country. They signed a letter. So please indulge me. I'll read the letter briefly, and I'll introduce General Regney. It says, we've had the honor and privilege of serving as career officers in the United States Armed Forces and leading the brave men and women of Americans' all-volunteer force. Most of us have never endorsed a political candidate for public office. For some, this has been a rarity. For each of us, the needs of the nation at this critical time inform our firm conviction that Arizonans should re-elect John McCain to the United States Senate, where we need his strong voice, expertise, and leadership now more than ever. Today's world is an exceedingly dangerous place. It is clear to us that our country and the United States can ill afford to lose the benefit of Senator McCain's battle-tested experience, his grasp of the needs of our military personnel, America's veterans and their families, his internationally respected voice, and the model of service and inspiration he provides to so many of our young men and women in uniform. His continued leadership on the Senate Armed Services Committee will contribute immeasurably to the eventual defeat of those who threaten us and the entire world, to securing America's crucial alliances, and to advancing America's interests and values. Moreover, he will remain a leading voice and champion needed reform in the Defense Department, which is essential to achieving U.S. security in our time. Senator McCain's entire life, both in and out of uniform, has been one of service and sacrifice for our common good. And his accumulated experience that our next president, whoever that is, will need to lean on during the moments of national challenge and peril. It is for these reasons that the undersigned strongly support the re-election of Senator John McCain, an American hero and patriot who is uniquely qualified to address the national security challenges of the 21st century. We will have the names later if you would like those. But at this point, I'd like to introduce General Regney.
Thank you, Martin. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm here for two reasons today. The first is I'm one of the signatories of this letter endorsing Senator McCain, so I wanted to put a face among some of the generals and admirals and things that are on the letter. And second, I have the honor and privilege of introducing Senator McCain in a few moments. But first, in my opinion, this election and this election season is a very critical election. Critical for Arizona, for the United States, and internationally and globally as well. There's going to be some key, critical, tough decisions that are going to have to be made. And I will tell you that we need bedrock, of a foundational bedrock in Washington of leadership, of vision, and experience. And that's what we have in Senator John McCain. As he leads the Senate Armed Services Committee, there's also some key decisions that he will be tackling there as well. We need to take the sequestration part of the Budget Control Act and resolve that and solve that. The services cannot plan and program building their forces for national security with the sequestration rules that are there. The services are out of balance. Many are the smallest they've ever been in their history, yet we have infrastructure that exceeds, the capacity exceeds the force structure. Something has to give. Either the services have to grow, or Congress has to find monies to pay for the infrastructure of this excess capacity that we have. And by the way, the Army and Air Force have 25% extra bases and forts that they really, really need for the force structure. Or we might have to face congressional authority for a base closure round. And if we get to that in 2019, there's no one in Arizona that understands Fort Huachuca and military intelligence and the electronic ranges that they have there for cyberspace than Senator McCain. He's been a champion of the F-35 and has pushed hard to make sure that that weapon system is operational, ready to go, and has pushed hard on the prices to get it as inexpensively as we could, even though that's not an inexpensive system. Luke has set up And the Yuma Marine Corps Air Station Yuma with the F-35 is very, very strong in the state. In Davis-Monthan, we have to solve the close air support challenge. We have to work the combat search and rescue forces and the electronic combat systems that we have there. And the senator knows more than anyone the importance of the national treasures we have in Arizona, with the Barry M. Goldwater Range and the Yuma Proving Grounds and all the other test ranges and things. Those are all critical to our national security. So if we do have a closure round, that has to be worked very smartly. And last but by no means least is the acquisition demands that are facing and the decisions that have to be made. And Senator McCain is championing acquisition reforms to make sure that those systems are coming in most economically. For example, we need to reconstitute the entire nuclear triad forces with intercontinental ballistic missiles, sea-launched ballistic missiles and boomers, and air-launched bombers. And as mentioned in the statement, the world is an increasingly dangerous place. Russia, politically and militarily, is flexing its muscles to the tune of Cold War tempo that we remember from decades ago. Iran is working toward some degree of nuclear capability. They are allies with Russia, and Russia this week launched bomber missions from 2 bases within Iran, as they are now strong allies. China is moving into the South China Sea despite international laws and the Spratly Islands and the Straits. The DPRK, North Korea, we're on our 3rd generation of Kims leading that country, and their nuclear work is frightening, to say the least. And of course, we have the challenges of terrorism. So now more than ever, given this incredibly dangerous world that we face today and through the next 4, 6, 8, and 10 years, we need John McCain's leadership in Washington, D.C. to take on these issues and make sure the United States is working with our allies in all of those. Because no one really has the leadership and the strength and the backbone to do it better than Senator McCain. And that's why I'm one of the signatories on that letter. As far as an introduction, I'll be very brief. I think the veterans in this room all know and respect Senator McCain. And as Martin said, his whole life has been one of service to our nation. He began in the Navy as a combat veteran, and then he came back to Arizona and has been serving since in the Congress and the Senate of the United States. I'm not going to go through his resume, but I will tell you he has one blemish in his CV. He was born 1 year too early, because by that he never had the opportunity to apply to be a member of the first graduating class of the Air Force Academy in 1959. So he didn't have that option, so he had to go to Annapolis instead of the Air Force Academy. Anyway, it's my honor and distinct pleasure to introduce the senior senator from Arizona and our leader of the Armed Services Committee, Senator John McCain.
Thank you very much, General, and I thank you for those kind words. I thank you for your words of support, and I can think of no greater honor that anyone could have than to receive the endorsement and support of the great leaders of our military who have kept our nation safe, who won the Cold War, who have made sure that the United States is well defended by the finest military on earth. I have great problems with the leadership of this president. I have no problem with the capabilities and the efficiency and the dedication of the young men and women who are serving our nation and its leaders. And to receive the strong endorsement, as the General said, from generally speaking, military leaders do not engage in the political arena. It means a great deal to me. And General, I thank you for that, and I thank you for being here. And Navy will beat Air Force again this year in football, I am sure. So I want to thank our dear friends at Travis Williams, American Legion Post, the oldest American Legion Post, by the way, here in Phoenix, Arizona, and I thank you all for your great service to our veterans. This is really, it's not my first visit, and I'm always overjoyed to be here. And of course, A.P. Powell's leadership is, all the others are so important. Look, for the past 8 years, the Obama administration has turned a blind eye toward the threats facing our nation. They've allowed ISIS to metastasize throughout the Middle East, operate a base from which to conduct direct or inspire attacks. The director of the CIA and the director of national intelligence have both said there will be more attacks on the United States of America. That was unthinkable 8 years ago when Barack Obama came to the presidency of the United States. This is a failed leadership, and we need new leadership. And I believe that we need to have a strong military, not only in their capabilities, but in their leadership. Leading from behind is not what America was meant to do. When we lead from behind, bad people lead from the front. The latest, as General Regney just mentioned, we are now seeing air operations of Russian aircraft, bombers flying from, guess where, Iranian bases over Iraq. We're showing that the Iranians have a dominant power in Iraq, over Iraq, and not only bombing ISIS, but bombing quite often the people that we armed and trained and equipped. It's a disaster. As the General mentioned, we now see the Chinese taking over the South China Sea in violation of all international law and flaunting the results of an international tribunal. Vladimir Putin is now making more moves in Ukraine to dismember a sovereign nation. That also is the first time since World War II that has happened. And I'm proud to be the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. I'm proud to have fought this at present every step of the way, and unfortunately, when we pulled everybody out of Iraq and then gave birth to ISIS, it did give birth to ISIS because we had defeated Al-Qaeda. We pulled out of Iraq. Al-Qaeda went to Syria and became ISIS. Those are facts. Those are just facts. And all the Obama zealots in Washington and in the media can say what they want, but those are facts, and it's a disgrace. And I believe that my leadership on the Armed Services Committee and my knowledge and my background and my commitment and the support that I have from the men and women who are serving qualifies me. And I'm very proud to have their endorsement beyond. It's hard for me to describe how much it means to me to have these brave warriors who represent decades and decades of honorable and dedicated service to our nation. I just want to say a few words about Arizona, and then I'll stop. First of all, the Air Force wanted to retire the A-10. Do you know who's the workhorse right now against ISIS and Iraq and Syria? Yes, the good old A-10 Warthog. That is the best close air support weapon that we've ever had. I think you would agree, General. This administration wanted to retire them. That we stopped that. We stopped them from retiring the E-2 EC-130H Compass, which they wanted to. We have been able to provide for support in large amounts of money for our bases. Example, $16 million at Davis-Monthan, $50 million at Marine Corps Air Station Yuma, $33 million at Luke. I'm proud that the F-35's first base, Marine Corps, in the United States Marine Corps, is Yuma, MCS Yuma. I'm proud that Luke Air Force Base is not only a base for the F-35, but all foreign military training will take place at Luke Air Force Base. I'm proud that the best place for training on Earth is the Goldwater Ranges, where our pilots and foreign pilots from all over the world come and train. I'm proud of the fact that Raytheon makes the finest missiles that are available and are sold to our military. I'm proud that the finest helicopter ever invented, the finest weapon system on Earth, is the Apache helicopter that's made right over here at Boeing in Mesa. So Arizona has a lot riding on national defense as well. And I believe that I can continue to support them and support the men and women who are serving in the military. Finally, one more word about our veterans. I believe that it's still an embarrassment to all of us that 50 veterans died here in Phoenix, Arizona. at our Phoenix VA while on a non-existent waiting list. That's a shame. And I'd like to tell you that the VA has dramatically improved. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that because no one really has been held accountable. When things like that happen, people should be held accountable. We now have a choice card. I'm proud of the choice card. We need to make it universal. We need to have every veteran be able to choose where that veteran wants to go to receive health care. The VA is the best in the world at traumatic brain injury, prostheses, PTSD. But if it's a routine health care need, a veteran should have the same ability that someone on Medicare has. Take your card, go to the healthcare provider of your choice, and not have to get on some long waiting list, which, by the way, are not getting any shorter. There'll be two signs that there's been improvement in the VA. One, when the waiting lists are shortened, and the other is when my office is not handling as many as 1,000 veterans cases per month. When those cases go down and when the waiting list is shorter, we will know that there's been improvement in the VA. There are some wonderful, hardworking people that work in the VA, but still, it is not giving the veterans the care that they need and deserve. And finally, the issue of veteran suicide is still with us. I'm proud that we passed the Clay Hunt Suicide Prevention Act for early detention, early treatment, for trying to address this problem in a variety, this terrible problem in a variety of ways. I'm proud that the city of Phoenix does not have a single homeless veteran. I'm proud of the city of Phoenix. They provided a home for our veterans. I'm proud that we have so many veterans hiring programs throughout our valley and throughout our state. But we still have a serious issue. Joblessness and homelessness are two of the key issues that affect veterans' suicide rate. We have to address both of them. And so I want to say how proud I am to be here today. This is one of the highlights, frankly, of my entire political life, to receive the support of so many brave service members who have served with our nation with its distinction, and I can think of no higher honor. I thank you, General, and I thank you, Mark. Thank you all very much, and we'll take a couple of questions, and then we'll sit down and have a discussion about some of our issues. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Senator. Richard with NBC News.
And you know this question will not be on veterans. Go ahead.
I have a veterans question.
Well, please, I'd be glad to hear one.
Are you more confident now in Mr. Trump's presidential
See what I say. What did I tell you? Here we are about veterans. Thank you very much. Do you have a question about veterans? Do you have a question about veterans?
Now that he has a new team in place?
Do you have a question about veterans? That was my question for you, because this is a veterans event.
Later this morning, a group of veterans is going to deliver over 100,000 signatures to your office in Camelback,
Yes.
asking you to renounce Mr. Trump. What's your reaction to them?
Well, my reaction is that I'm asking them to renounce Hillary Clinton, who lied to the families of the brave Americans who were killed at Benghazi. She told the parents of a family that she would get the person who made the hateful video when we know at the same time she was emailing her daughter and others that it was an act of terror. I'm asking them to renounce Hillary Clinton, who has presided over as Secretary of State and part of the Obama administration of the disastrous consequences of Obama's leadership and her service as Secretary of State, which has been a disaster. So I will be asking them if they will renounce Hillary Clinton. Any more? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about the father of Soldier Can.
Yes. Yes, I've answered that question. I've answered that question before. I've already answered that question. I've already answered the question before. My heart and my prayers go out to the family, and I have stated unequivocally of my disagreement on that issue. I have unequivocally expressed my disagreement on Hillary Clinton, who I was there when the bodies came back from Benghazi. I was there, and you can ask the father who took notes and the mother who was there when she told them that it was a hateful video that caused the death of their son.
Senator Michael Hayden, General Michael Hayden, the former head of the National Security Agency, who's a signatory of your letter today, also signed onto a letter with a bunch of other military folks criticizing Donald Trump, saying he's unqualified for office, saying that Hillary Clinton is much better qualified. How do you respond to that? And how do you?
I respond to the obvious fact that I'm running my own campaign, that I'm running my campaign for the United States Senate, and I am doubly honored that General Hayden, particularly since the positions of authority and responsibility has held, and I had a lot of dealings with him. I'm deeply honored that he would support my candidacy, and I'm running my own campaign. And what General Hayden or anyone else does, as far as other campaigns are concerned, that's their choice. It certainly has nothing to do with my campaign. I've just answered your question, and so, are there any other questions?
Senator, if I could, something you said a moment ago, and it's a chance to revise and extend, if you will, that you said President Obama has been a failed leader.
Absolutely. Take a look at a map of the world in 2009 when he came to the presidency, and take a look at a map of the world today, particularly the Middle East. Look at ISIS. Look at the Chinese in the South China Sea. Look at the situation in Afghanistan is now deteriorating. Across the board, he has been a national security failure.
And to follow on to the previous question, you said
Pardon me? Yeah, North Africa, Libya. You can go any place just about in the world and you'll see a failed national security policy. The same guy that called ISIS the JV. That's my favorite. I don't know about our fellow veterans or not. My favorite is the ISIS is the JV.
and you said we need new leadership. And I'm wondering what you've heard in the course of the campaign from Donald Trump that convinces you he's the man to provide that. What has he done or said during the campaign?
I have said that I'm running my own campaign. I've said I'm supporting the nominee of the party. I know what has failed. I know absolutely what has been an abysmal failure, and that is 4 more years of Barack Obama.
Senator, you've said you support the nominee of your party, but what do you
I have covered that issue.
Donald
I have
Trump?
covered that issue. I have covered that issue completely, and I have nothing more to say about it. I have supporting the nominee of the party, and I will continue to run my own campaign.
People do want to know what you personally think of Donald Trump. What do you think of him as a candidate, as a potential leader of this country?
I have stated where I have strong disagreements, and I have stated my views also. And I certainly do not want Hillary Clinton as President of the United States in 4 more years of a failed national security policy and the men and women who are serving. I've got to stop now. We're going to talk to our veterans for a while before I have to go. Thank you all for coming. Personally. I'll tell you, these guys.
You want the water?
You're going to keep trying to do that too. We come to a veterans event and we talk about veterans, and what do they want to talk about? What do I think about Trump personally? I don't have anything else to say today. I am sorry. I am talking to these veterans.
You want some water or something?
Sometimes you can't make it up, really.
Would you like some water or something?
I'm just fine, thanks. Okay. Thanks, Bob. Thank you all very much. I just wanted to mention one thing with you, if I could, and that is that this issue of suicides is still with us very heavily, and so we've kind of tried a new initiative that we're trying to do as a pilot program with the Phoenix VA here. I think the Director Amador is, I think she's working hard on it. And so we're trying to organize some support groups and some early counseling and identification. We still just are not doing enough on this issue. And I think that one of the areas that I hope that we could the veteran service organizations are doing a great job, but I hope that we can provide anything that our veteran service organizations need in the form of funding or assistance, as you identify. Would you like to Navy person?
No, he's trying to get a picture of her.
He's trying to figure out my phone. got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for serving.
I didn't serve my grandson.
Oh, your grandson. Thank you. So, Martin, come grab a chair. So, as we're working on this pilot program, I'd like to have everybody's input as to what we need to do or what ideas you have on how we can address this issue. It is still a national shame that we have. And again, as I said, I'm proud of the city of Phoenix. We've got a place, if they find a homeless veteran in Phoenix, there's a place for that veteran to live. But we also, I think, are doing a good job with job applications. But we still haven't gotten to the heart of the problem, and I'd like to hear anybody's views on this issue of what we can do better. Sir.
I'm Tom Wilson. I'm with the Chicago Council. We utilized part of our NSP grant to acquire the old travel inn up on Van Buren with the hope of establishing a veterans campus to address homelessness, and then the commercial piece to have supportive service offices and perhaps outpatient medical and dental to relieve some of the strain on the facility on Indian Square. We did find that there are a lot of homeless veterans, and by being homeless, they just exacerbate the problems in getting care because the number keeps increasing. So we have been struggling trying to find a way to put a roof over their head, to provide decent, safe, sanitary, and affordable housing. A lot of times veterans become homeless. They may not be homeless for 3 months, but because they are cost burdened with rent, they become homeless. So we're trying to come up with a holistic approach to ending homelessness and reducing the burden on the VA medical facility.
Good. Can I just say that I believe that the mayor and city council of Phoenix have been very forward on this issue, and I think they've been very committed. And I hope that we could get some better communication between CPLC and the city of Phoenix, because it's my understanding that not in any other city around the valley, but in Phoenix, there are if they identify a homeless person, they take them to a place to sleep. Is that right?
Yes.
So, but then once we get that, pardon?
Michael Johnson's
Yeah.
become the vice.
Mike,
Vice Mayor.
could we talk a little bit about, could you mention a little bit about the Phoenix program for homeless veterans?
So under Greg Stanton, our current mayor, they have worked with reducing homelessness with a consortium that they've actually done with MAG to create the atmosphere to do away with homeless. What he's talking about is a joint effort with Chandler at working at continual funding to find funding to continue to work with the sources. And I think that that's what the gentleman's talking about, a combination of working with Chandler is one of the biggest nonprofit housing agencies that we have here in the state of Arizona, otherwise nationwide. So in a joint effort, they're talking about more funding to make sure that they continue the resources that they have here to work with homeless vets. We have several facilities here that are housing homeless vets. There's a major effort here, not just on behalf of the city, but on behalf of all our municipalities within the state to make sure that we're doing away with homeless vets. And they're working with Chicano Council is working on continuing that effort to make sure that they not only provide homes for the homeless vets, but actually what I'm understanding is services for the homeless vets, resources for the homeless vets, job opportunities for the homeless vet, a one-stop facility where vets will be able to go, which is one of the efforts that they're doing here in the city and in the state to make sure that we continue to end homelessness here in the state of Arizona.
And if I could just add that we're looking at permanent housing, not just a shelter or transitional, but permanent.
So that's many of the programs what they're doing with Chicano is, and as well as transitional programs, is making sure we have transitional housing for homeless vets, and a lot of programs throughout the country where they've actually gone and created programs and then create the resources so that vets can transition from a shelter, from a facility, to have single-family residence, to have their home ownership, to do it. So that's the type of program that they're moving forward to make sure they have the resources to be able to provide those services for all of our homeless vets to transition from homelessness to transition to self-home ownership, which is what this country is made about. That's what every citizen wants to have, is to have that opportunity to have, to own their own house. And that's the transition, and that's the program that Chicano Public Houses continue to work on, continue to proceed with, to assist with our homeless vets.
Could I say the Vice Mayor has been in the lead on this issue, and he's too modest. A lot of this stuff would not have happened without, these measures would not have been taken without his effort and his commitment to our veterans. And I thank you, sir, for that.
Thank you.
And he's a great Democrat.
You're
gonna vote Republican. Good. Yes, sir.
One of the things I want to say that we need to cut down on is we don't get enough attention on getting the people that go down to file for their disabilities and different stuff. There's so much of a waiting list, and they can't get stuff through there. I know you told us in the last meeting that we come to your office, you'll help us get some, but we every day between the VFW, the American Legion, the AMBES, I must get 20 or 30 calls, and I'm not a paid member for nobody. I just volunteered my time, but I can't even get my own stuff through. So, but I get everybody else something, but I can't get my own stuff through. So I think we ought to look at what can we do here in Phoenix to make sure that the inner city gets some kind of help on getting our benefits.
Well, I think, first of all, when a veteran has a problem, one of the first places he or she goes, is to the VSO, the American Legion, to the VFW,
right,
to the because they know that that's where they're members and that's where they can get help. Then the next place they go to, at first they try the normal route. Then they go to the Veteran Service Organization. Then they come to their elected representative. And we're sort of the court of last resort, sort of. I have 5 staff members whose only job is to handle veterans issues. We have as many as 1,000 cases every month that we are working on, and we take cases from all over America. We don't just say you have to be from Arizona because of my relationship with veterans. And some of them we win, some of them we lose. But I'm proud of the work that we do. But that veteran should never have to come to you or to me.
That's true.
That veteran should get the rights and benefits that veteran has earned. And that's the thing that's so frustrating. And as I mentioned to you before, I think that the VA will be making progress on the day that there is a reduction in veterans that have to come to you and to come to me. And so when I read and hear of the director of the Veterans Affairs says we're making all this progress, to me the progress will be, well, when your phone is silent and my office doesn't have people coming in and writing and coming to our office. So all I can say is that I'll give the VA some credit for in some areas. I will. We can't just blanket. But I don't think you can state with any accuracy that there has been real significant progress. So we just have to keep fighting. But I also believe, and I'd like to finally end up with this answer. Right now, it's 40 miles or 30 days before the choice card. I want every veteran to have the same thing that a Medicare person has. You want to go to the VA where the best PTSD on earth is, where traumatic brain injury, prosthesis, whatever it is that are best for veterans, go. But if you've got a routine health care need, why should you have to get on a waiting list? Why shouldn't you just take that card and go to the local health care provider? By the way, there's the choice card, even as it is, has been, I've got some numbers here that we now have. After it was a difficult start because, as you know, the VA resisted every way. The VA's choice card is now authorizing more than 110,000 appointments per veteran for veteran care per month, 5,000 per workday. So the choice card isn't making progress despite the VA's resistance to it that you can imagine. And finally, there's one other issue, and I'll stop. There is gross mismanagement in the VA. They tried to build a hospital, a VA hospital, in Denver, Colorado, and they spent $2.7 billion, and that hospital is still not complete. How many veterans could we treat with that $2.7 billion that they wasted? I mean, it's ridiculous. Anyway, sir.
Okay, Ronald Bolden, and on the choice card. Now, I've had the choice card, and it's been working for me because I've been able to go to outside facilities, to have different medical, and I believe that it's working to a certain degree. But we all know that we still got a lot of problems to go. Sure. But it's working. It has worked for me personally.
Sure, and I thank you for that, and I hope you will continue to point that out. Like any bureaucracy, getting set up was a problem. But it is a fact that the VA did not want that choice card. I mean, they're the bureaucracy that doesn't want to see their empire fragmented. It is no more complicated than that. After World War II, the greatest act, I think, for America that was ever committed was a thing called a GI Bill. There was some 15 million veterans that came home and they said, here's your choice. Go to the school of your choice, get the education of your choice, and we'll pick up the tab. That was a choice that veterans made. And by the way, our economy boomed because we had this injection of well-educated, patriotic Americans who had come home from war. And so what I want in the choice card is exactly that. Veterans are smart enough to know whether they want to go to the VA or a private health provider or not. I'm sorry for the long diatribe, but I really believe when you see the amount of money that the VA has wasted, like on that hospital up in Denver, we've got to give people another option. That's all. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, going to your original question, you were talking about reducing suicide, and that you had mentioned that for veterans, you had mentioned that homelessness, and I'm sorry, Dr. Michelle Thomas, retired United States Air Force major. You had mentioned that homelessness and joblessness was the major reasons why veterans commit suicide. Speaking of someone that's newly retired, they had started the transition assistance program before you can either retire or separate. You had to attend a week training where they taught you skills and how to get jobs and so on and so forth. I think somewhere in there they should probably add a mandatory talking to a counselor or talking to a chaplain, because I think it would alleviate some of the pressure the VA has if they can catch the individuals that's coming out and transitioning too. Because the material that they provided was excellent. They showed us how to write resumes and other things so that we can obtain jobs. But they can't give you an estimate of how long it's going to take for that to work. And sometimes that can add to the hopelessness. So I have 4 kids, and I'm not speaking of myself, but you have 4 kids at home, you have all these tools in order to transition out, and then it takes you 6 months, 8 months, a year to get a job. It stems into hopelessness, pressure in the family, finances, so on and so forth. And maybe if you can add something, I'm not sure if you can do this in your lane because this is active duty, but to add something where they actually get to talk to a counselor to really understand what it means to transition out. It's different being in the military, but my 25 years that I was in, and then I'm grateful that I'm married and I have a family, but it took me a while to get a job, and it was frustrating because I was used to working. And I couldn't imagine if I was the sole provider and I had to do X, Y, and Z, and I went from making this and now I'm making X. No one really talked about that during my transition assistance program. They gave me the tools to get a job. They gave me the tools in order to provide housing and using my VA loan and so forth. But they didn't show me that gap period where I'm transitioning from becoming an active duty member to a civilian. And maybe if you can do something in the active duty sector, it might reduce some of the pressure that the VA has to deal with veterans that are coming out and dealing with hopelessness because of loss of job or homelessness.
Well, here's, by the way, thank you for your service, and pay no attention to General Regney. I'm sure you didn't while you were on active duty, but I thank you. You know what I'd like for you to do for me? Go out to Luke and look at their transition assistance program for me. I was down at Davis Mountain about 3 weeks ago, and I went out to their transition assistance program, and frankly I was very impressed because there was other agencies of government there, Homeland Security, Interior, others that were talking about the opportunities to work for the federal government. There was also Chamber, Tucson Chamber, Pima County Chamber that were there also talking about job opportunities. There was education, like the local community college, as well as the University of Arizona. I was very impressed, and as you know, it used to be about a 4-hour deal. Now it's a week-long deal. So here's what I'd like you to do for me, if you would. Go out to Luke for me and look at that program and report back, if you communicate back with me and my staff as to what you think that they're doing and what you think needs to be improved. I did talk to a number of people, this was at DM, who were in this transition assistance program that were very happy with it. So let me know how you think it can be improved. What's that?
Rick Romney could talk with her as well.
Yeah, and Rick Romney could talk as well. Go ahead, please.
I did use that one. I was stationed in Maryland. I attended the one in Maryland. I attended the one here at Luke. So I agree with you. It's an excellent program. But what I'm saying is somehow to add a piece that a counselor can come and talk, where they're talking about transitioning out and understanding how that feels and going from being an E8 or a 06, and now you're trying to get a job, and if you don't get picked up by Raytheon or one of the big companies, or still kind of in your same field, that you're just Joe. You're not.
I did see that at DM. That's where I'd like you. I did see that at DM, but I'm not sure that's the case at Luke. So if you would, because we'll urge them to do what they're doing down at DM. As you know, there is certain latitude with these different programs with the different bases. If you report back to us, could I say, my friends, that we're living in a dangerous world, and we need to honor the men and women who are serving, and I'm glad we do. But we also need to honor our veterans, because the men and women who are serving pay close attention to how the veterans are treated. And you're their role models, and you're the ones they want to imitate, and you're the ones that that have served honorably, that motivate them to do so as well. Please know of my continued commitment to our veterans and to the men and women who are serving in harm's way. I'd like to tell you that the world is going to get a lot better soon. It's not. It's not. And we're going to be called upon to do a lot more as we fight this battle of ISIS, and we try to regain American leadership in the world, which is now badly lacking. And so I thank everybody here but the Marines.
Thanks, Senator. Thanks. Got me again.
Thanks again. You know, I have this line I use when I graduated from the Naval Academy. I tried to get in the Marine Corps, but my parents were married. So my son Jim comes home from recruit camp and comes home and said, "Dad, you know, the Marines are part of the Navy Department, the men's department." Thank all of you for being here. Thank you.
Okay, we have breakfast in the back, you guys.
Thank
no, breakfast there.
Thank you, sir. As soon as I came to volunteer with them, he is so spot on. He started making fun of me immediately.
Ready? There you go. Want to make sure we got breakfast in the back prepared for you guys. Robert, you open those doors back there? All right.
Good job, sir. Hey, how are you?
She's still trying to get a word in.
Yeah.
Always. I didn't get back on my jokes.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on that Senator McCain event in Phoenix. I want to go ahead and take you guys to a live look. This is the police station out in Rio. Rio Police Headquarters. Fox News sending us this live view of it. A press conference was supposed to be held. I believe this has to do with the Ryan Lochte scandal. In case you haven't been on Twitter, Lochtegate is trending. Hopefully we'll get an update soon from officials in Brazil. In the meantime, we do have some video from earlier of the fire that continues to burn in Southern California. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you in case you missed it from earlier. Fire burning in Southern California. The Blue Cut Fire, 30,000 acres have already burned. Joining me now is Ron Hoon. Ron, welcome.
Hello, Samia. I feel like I'm bumping you with my chair there just a little bit.
I'm good.
So you got the Fox 10 shirt on today. Solid work.
I felt like it was.
It makes it look like Fox Zero. There we go. Nice.
Yeah.
See, I can't really wear the golf shirt to work.
I
got to be a little more
to.
buttoned down.
I just decided to today.
Sort
I was
of.
deciding between this and a dress. They were complete opposites. But I didn't
Wow.
feel like wearing a dress today. So
Yeah.
I was like,
That's great.
freedom.
Freedom.
So I see that you have a list of stories you'd like to talk about. I saw the first one at the top of your list. It is the #1 trend in the country right now, probably worldwide.
Probably.
Lochtegate. I
Yes.
was just telling the viewers about this actually because we have a bump shot from Rio from the police station outside in Rio right now.
Wow,
So it's kind of fitting that
cool.
we're getting this feed in.
Okay.
We were supposed to get a press conference, though we never got one.
Okay.
But they are sending us this live feed outside of police headquarters in Rio.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to just sort of tweet that for what's the best way to here? I'll do it like this. Hold on, everybody.
There's lots of ways to do it.
Okay. Well, I like the way you have it. You got both of us there.
I mean, I
but
could give you a screenshot too.
No, this is good, just like that. All
Why
right,
not?
here we go. Okay, so there we are.
I should smile for the camera.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to tweet out. You have quite a few people on Twitter. You got a couple thousand followers, don't you?
Yeah, depending on the account.
On the
You know, I have a work account.
Yes.
And I have a personal account.
Okay. Well,
That's
I'm
how
just
I
going
don't
to put
get
that
in
up on
trouble.
Twitter. Yeah, it's probably a good way to go. Okay, so I'm just going to say, hey, we're talking Lochtegate right now. So unbelievable. I mean,
Gawker's shutting down. Breaking news.
Really?
Yeah, I just saw it pop up in my feed. Looks like our web producer Brent is on top of it. He just retweeted a couple of tweets from Fox, National, as well as Associated Press. Gawker to shut down next week after nearly 14 years and less than 3 months after declaring bankruptcy.
Wow.
So that's really big news.
That is amazing.
That's insane.
That's Hulk Hogan.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No question.
That's amazing that you could win one lawsuit and shut them down.
Wow. So my guess is Gawker's going to be trending momentarily on Twitter as well.
I'm sure you're right about that. But in the meantime, we all kind of know that story. All the new developments on Lochtegate are phenomenal.
So talk to me. We have not talked about this at all yet.
Okay, so according to our chat with TMZ within the last hour, you know what's interesting is there are so many celebrities in the sports world that they could literally bounce back and forth constantly between the music world, the movie world, and the sports world.
TMZ, you mean?
Yes.
Well, that's why they launched TMZ Sports. I remember when TMZ Sports was launching as a subdivision of TMZ, some people were like, well, what are they going to fill it with? But you have to take into account that athletes themselves are celebrities.
Yep.
And there are so many athletes out there, and they're becoming more and more high profile. And you're actually opening yourself up to an entirely different demographic, expanding your audience, because there could be guys out there that are interested in the sports celebrity scandal, but might not be interested in the Taylor Swift kind of celebrity scandal.
Right, which, by the way, shout out to Taylor Swift.
For donating money to Louisiana.
$1 million to Louisiana. That's huge.
She's still not forgiven for breaking
You know what?
Calvin Harris's heart.
My estimation of both T Swift and Adele has gone up dramatically in the past week. I feel like what Taylor Swift did, I mean, $1 million, even if you're super rich, that's still...
It's a big chunk of change.
That's a big chunk of change. So good for her on that.
You know, and everyone here knows I'm a huge Taylor Swift fan. I have been since 2007.
Yes.
But I am also someone who looks at things objectively.
Okay.
And Taylor Swift has had a lot of bad PR this summer.
Yes, right, sure.
Pretty bad PR this summer.
Right.
I will say that I got texts from a few friends about that story yesterday.
Okay.
Some of whom believe that she was doing this to kind of
really
save her image.
Okay.
Get a good Taylor Swift story out there. Because there are some people who believe if you're going to donate or donate to charity that you can do it on the DL and that you don't need the public recognition for it. I'm just telling you
that's fair.
people,
It's fair to be skeptical like that.
how people perceive it. I mean, Taylor Swift does donate to a lot of people, and I'm sure there's an element of sincerity in it.
Yeah.
However, when you listen, if you go back to, you know, some of the things that happened over the summer, listening to that phone call with her and Kanye West,
Yeah.
learning that she is maybe a bit calculated when it comes to her celebrity,
Yes.
it makes you start to just question every one of her decisions. And this is coming from me, this who has been someone who's seen Taylor Swift in concert multiple times, owns every album, knows every song, has been there from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where it's like, well, you know,
Well, it's-
love is blind, and I used to just trust Taylor.
I think social media has made us all
Skeptical?
quite a bit more skeptical
And now
than we were
have the
even
Ryan
10 years ago.
Lochte situation, so
Correct.
it's like, who can you trust?
Yeah.
No one.
Well, you know what? Right now I'm going to say you can trust Michael Phelps because there's a guy who's totally turned his life around. It's so cool.
Father.
Okay,
Swimmer.
now I'm just going to send out this tweet. I hope you guys at home don't mind. How do I put the link in? Do I just go www.foxnewsnow.com?
No, it's fox10phoenix.com/news-net.
Oh,
It's that.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's a lot of typing for you, I know.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, so we were talking to TMZ.
Oh, you should probably make Lochtegate one word because that's
Okay.
what's trending.
Oh,
the
is it?
hashtag,
Okay.
not just Lochte.
Okay.
That's what I'm here for, to look out for
I
your
know.
hashtag usage.
Thank you, SK. You totally got me going on Snapseed. So last night, or Snapchat,
Mm-hmm.
right after I got my haircut, did you see? I went ahead and Snapchatted, hey, the haircut's going to debut tomorrow morning. I got to do a haircut.
Not bad.
But anyway, he has totally blown $1 million, maybe more, in endorsement deals that would have been
Oh.
coming. Tell me if you think if there's a way to overcome Lochtegate and now this reputation that he's going to have of being like the Brian Williams of
There were so
the
many tweets
Olympics.
out there, by the way, regarding Brian Williams. Like, oh
Yes.
yeah, he was definitely
Right.
robbed. I saw it myself. Quote Brian Williams. Tweets like that. A lot of the internet is talking about. Not only did he he lied to his mother, and to Billy Bush. I think is the one tweet that I saw most recently.
Wow.
Dude lied to his mom and Billy Bush.
Oh. Well, okay, so my question is a simple one. Does he have the ability to come back from this? I mean, 4 years from now, if he wants to swim again, it'll be all new. Everybody will forgive. But you have like a window here, once the Olympics are over, of, I don't know, 90 days maybe? Maybe 6 months if you're a superstar to make your money in endorsement deals. Who's going to give him an endorsement deal?
Right.
Am I right about this? I mean, unless it's somebody who wants to have fun with it and, you know, it could be like an ad campaign where they're exaggerating about stuff. Otherwise, okay.
Is there a company out there known for lying or deception?
It could be. Okay.
AshleyMadison.com? I
Yes,
don't
right.
know.
.com/news now. We're good? Okay. So the bottom line is this. They were at a gas station, 4 drunk. I don't know. I wasn't there to do a blood alcohol test, but 4, let's say, possibly inebriated swimmers. But they cause all kinds of trouble. They are peeing outside. This is all according to TMZ. Did you hear this yet?
I haven't checked TMZ lately.
No,
Let me check.
we were just talking to him live a few minutes ago on the show, and that's what they were saying. This is what we're hearing, is that they got into a situation.
Should we see what's happening inside police headquarters in Brazil right now?
Oh, they took the camera inside?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if there's anything that we can even hear or understand. just happen, Ron? Did we just come in at the perfect time
Yeah.
to witness things happening?
I believe those were the swimmers that were going in to be interviewed. They're not going to be allowed to leave Brazil till they give the full story.
And so Ryan Lochtegate has already made his way back to the U.S.
How about that? It's called Lochtegate, and he's the one guy who's like 5,000 miles away.
I wonder what he's doing right now, where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully he's off Twitter.
We could go check. I think that this is going to be bad for you. And I mean, I don't think that it's just going to be like a day and all is forgotten or all is forgiven. I am afraid he's going to develop a little bit of a reputation that could dog him.
What does he do?
That is a big fat lie.
The
lie is always worse than just the doing it. It's okay, so
why lie to begin with is the question.
I know. Can you believe that this will be one of the big stories now that come out of the Olympics? Damaged gas station. So, okay, this is from TMZ. They're our partners.
So we have this. U.S. swimmer damaged gas station. Guards forced him to pay up. The gas station video. Security camera footage from the gas station shows the swimmers walking through a hallway back toward the bathroom and then leave. You can't see what happens by the bathroom door. Once they get into their taxi, though, gas station employees approach, and after some discussion, they all get out of the cab. At the very end of the footage, the swimmers have their hands up and it appears they're being forced to sit in the ground. There's no gun visible in the video.
Really? Okay, now, so the video shows them getting out with their hands up? I mean, that's a twist.
Ryan Lochte and his teammates left out the huge part of their robbery story, which is that they busted up a gas station bathroom, and then a security guard pulled the gun on them. And that's when they were forced to pay up.
We learn more by the minute.
The twist.
Okay, now, is that video, will it play? Can we see the part where they actually get out of there?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Okay. And did they pick the wrong gas station?
Well, don't destroy property.
No, obviously.
Oh, wait. No.
Well, they ran in. It says you can't see what happens in the bathroom. Oh, all right. There's the guy, right? Oh, they're walking out like, beautiful evening here in Brazil.
Wasn't that really quick, though? Did they really destroy the bathroom if they just went in a second ago?
I don't know. I mean, if so, it all happened in like 20 seconds. They're looking at
What
him.
if...
Is that the... Oh, good. Here's another angle. This is good, SK. So they walk past a couple of cabbies. Oh, and now they're getting in their cab. Gonna have to happen here pretty quick. Hey, Joe, did you hear what those guys just did back in the bathroom? Bunch of damage. No, you're kidding me. What? Aren't those the famous American swimmers? How could they damage our gas station? Think of the owner. Think of all the money he spent just spiffing up that restroom for the Olympics. And now we have these guys who come in from America and damage it. And now, what's happening? Oh, look at this. Whoa, is that a hands up move? Is that what that was? That's hardly, oh, no, he's like showing his hands again. Okay, show me. Oh, it's off camera. Oh, now we got another angle.
With some TMZ graphics. I'd like to see the damage.
I don't think we ever see it.
Well, let's go back to our feed from Brazil. We have video outside of police headquarters once again. Lots of press, tons of press. And this is a huge story. Which, in a way, I'm glad this is the big story that's coming out of Brazil around the Olympics, that this is what everyone is gravitating towards. This is about, you know, it's being possible here, with so many people there and the world watching.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that the most dramatic thing that's happened at the Olympics is Ryan Lochte apparently telling a lie.
Yeah. You know what? That's really good for sport. But, you know, now, okay, does anybody think they're going to stop and make statements?
They themselves know.
I mean, but
I
that's
think
why the media is
authorities-
gathered there. They want to hear them say something. Coming
Authorities will say something.
True, but it'll be in Portuguese.
They might have an English translator. I mean, because it involves Americans.
I'm betting they won't. You know, because it's sort of like when you go to Quebec. You've been to Quebec.
I have not been.
Oh, you're not. Wait till you go. You're going to love it. You're such a world traveler. You will flip. Quebec City, Quebec. But anyway, the second you start driving into the province of Quebec, you get the vibe that, hey, you're in our country. We'll be speaking our language, and you're free to speak our language.
But Canada, in addition to French, also speaks English.
I know, but they're so...
French about it?
Well, they're so strict about it. The signs, they don't even have, you would think, because they're right next door, they're surrounded by English-speaking provinces, that the signs would at least be both in French and English. Oh, no. French only. Because I do believe that they want most French citizens to learn the French language. And there's a good argument there in that the original, kind of the original founding of Canada was by Samuel French-speaking in Quebec City, long before Calgary, Alberta, Saskatchewan, these places existed.
Saskatchewan abbreviated as SK.
I never thought of that till right now.
These are the things you notice when those are your own initials. But back to Lochtegate and Albert Romney, we are looking at Biden and his candidates from live. There it is. And we do have a response from Halifax. He'll never get that respect request back. He as in Ryan Lochte. If he had been considered for endorsement, he won't be considered now.
Yeah, that's kind of my thinking. Although the only thing I'll say is I do believe 4 years from now, if he were to go, where are they in 2020? Was that? Anyway, I do believe if he goes to 2020 and has keeps his act. Well, that's an interesting story. They're checking, since it's the exact time of year right now. They're checking on what would heat stroke risk be 4 years from right now. In August 2020. But anyway, yeah, I think you're right, Hollow. His one and only shot at redemption is keeping his nose clean for 4 years, going to the Olympics in Tokyo for 4 years, winning a bunch of medals, and then just being a gentleman. Because we do like those kind of stories, right?
I mean, anyone can redeem themselves if they try hard enough to screw up again. Think about it.
Yeah.
Chris Brown is making a decision.
Who is?
Chris Brown.
Yes, right.
He's doing something political.
Right. I'm trying to think who in the political. Bill Clinton is having a complete resurgence.
So there's that. I mean,
I bet you that Bill Clinton, who probably watches a fair amount of news now,
I'm sure
is shaking his head
He has
right
the
now,
Fox
thinking,
News app on his
all I
phone.
wanted was Brazil coverage. All I wanted was Brazil coverage.
Is that your Bill Clinton?
And I have a pretty good Bill Clinton, but it takes me a while to work up to. And, you know, and then you guys are throwing me under the bus, comparing me to Lochte, like I'm some kind of a liar. But I guess.
It depends how you define lie.
What the meaning of lie is. Anyway, all right, so apparently they went to the gas station, they did some damage. It couldn't have been very much, honestly. They were in there, it looked like when we watched the video, what would you say, 30 seconds?
It was just...
Unless the video is edited, it looked like they were in there for about 30 seconds. And
Should we watch it again? We need to.
I
Pay attention to the
think this
timestamp.
media question, I think this gaggle of media is going to be out there for a while.
Yeah, let's look at this and let's pay attention to the timestamp on the video, okay?
All right, let's watch it again, you guys. Here we go.
There's the timestamp for the security.
Let's see if it's
footage.
edited, because my first guess is it's less than 30 seconds that they're in there. And here we go. Okay, so there they go in. It's 6:07:22. Oh, I think it is going to be edited. That's 6:07:22. Good idea with the timestamp, by the way.
That's what I'm here for. Ideas, Ron.
Yeah, 6:08:34. So now it's been an hour, or I mean a
No,
minute, a minute and 10. So they're in there for a minute and 10. Okay.
But what's the point? And did they hear something? Why did they decide to go check on the bathroom right after?
They must have heard. They must have
and
heard
then
them
that
in
guy
there
follows him.
beating on the walls.
It looks
or
like a
whatever they were
handful
doing.
of them are following them.
Yeah. You know the funny thing about this is, if the car had already been gassed up, or the driver's door is open. I mean, if they would have just gotten in and left immediately, they probably would have got away with it.
What if Ryan Lochte didn't really, truly lie? And what I mean by that,
What if these guys said, "Give us your watches"?
no,
Give us your cell phones.
My thing is, what if they were so drunk that the way they remember it is just the part with the gun and the taking of their money? Although I am reading reports that security footage from the airport machine shows them in possession of the items that they claim were stolen. I read that somewhere.
Okay. Look, the guy's showing his hands now. Here's part we haven't watched yet. Okay, coming up in a second. Is from the window of the pay station. Watch him sit down here. I mean, I do believe the guy had a gun because they are totally compliant. In a second here, you're going to see them get down on the ground, sit right down on the ground, and put their hands up. Watch it. Right over there. Look. Hands up, down on the ground. Hands up, down on the ground.
Oh, right here, you're right.
Yeah. There's a gun.
This
I could. For a sec, I think I saw the gun.
Right, go back.
I mean. Okay. You're going to have to freeze it. You have to.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
TMZ. Trying to get us to watch other things.
I know.
There. Where am I freezing it? Where's the gun?
What was that it again?
Oh,
It's
man.
right when the guy, the security guard, pulls the. Okay, so the next guy's going to sit down right about the time the third guy sits down. So here's number 2.
Tell me when to pause.
Okay, get ready. And stop. Oh, yeah.
And it
see.
didn't pause.
I mean, he's got his arm out. See, the arm is right there. Now, can you go backwards just a few frames?
It's not as easy when you're playing from TMZ.
Yeah. Okay, get ready. You can play it for a sec. The second the guy appears in the screen, ready, and a little bit more, a little bit more. Boom, right there. I think it's too hard.
Let's go back to the police headquarters in Brazil, in Rio. So many journalists waiting for an answer.
So, Twitter, in the meantime, had so much fun with this overnight.
So much
All
fun.
the memes, all the hilarious
We could pull
lines.
Lochtegate up right now on Twitter and show the internet, how the internet has reacted. Lochtegate. So they, according to Gabe Bergato, they peed on a business's floor and kicked in a door and then claimed that they were robbed.
Yeah.
The best Ryan Lochte robbery memes. Oh, I gotta click, Vogue. What did you guys come up with? Live look in at Lochte and his buddies at the airport earlier. I was there when Ryan Lochte got robbed in Rio. If you can't handle me at my Ryan Lochte, then you don't deserve me at my Michael Phelps. That's a really funny tweet.
Oh, that is a good one. Kelly Cohen.
This one was my favorite. This one I actually retweeted as well, and I found this one early in the morning when it only had 3 retweets.
That is funny.
Maheshwari. I saw this.
Okay.
Only 3 retweets. I
This
was
is
one
funny,
of the
you guys.
insiders.
Can you
And
guys
then
see that at home?
Humble request to refer to Ryan Lochte scandal not as Lochtegate but as Loch Mess. It's so good. Yeah, I retweeted this one early.
Now the next thing, that next tweet looks like they say that's video of Lochte actually leaving the airport.
No, that looks like Jim from.
Oh, is it?
It looks like Jim from the show The Office.
Oh.
Actual
Oh.
footage of Ryan Lochte leaving
Okay.
with Rio without teammates, but that definitely looks like. I don't want the Estee Lauder ad. This one right here.
Yeah.
Bleacher
Yeah,
Report.
there
That
you go.
definitely looks like Jim from The
Yeah,
Office.
yeah.
But let's click. Yep, it's The Office. Because he did leave Rio with it. But back to Lochtegate.
The thing about it is, so
y'all want to defend Ryan Lochte, but got mad at Gabrielle Douglas because she didn't have her hand on her heart during the Pledge of Allegiance. Dave Hill, the way I see it, if the swimmers lie to us online, how do we really know what's happening underwater? So there I was, sharing a cab with Ryan Lochte.
Oh, let's see.
When the squad snitches after 10 seconds of grilling, Lochtegate. Ryan and his PR team trying to clean up this mess. Ashley should be calling it a lock mess. The synchronized swimmers would have kept their story straight. That's hands down.
Oh, hold on.
So
I gotta
good.
go picture that. That's
That
the
one
best.
is so good. It is everything.
Oh,
Here,
that
let
is
me make
too
it bigger
good.
so you have
Okay.
the text.
All right.
It's so good.
Oh my goodness. That is.
It's everything. Nelson Bigetti, whoever you are, well done. Someone else came up with said that one too. I guess
Oh, really? It's
there
been
are a few
around?
people that are talking about synchronized swimming and having their story straight. I've never heard of a kid going to a foreign country, destroying their property and lying on their people. Another person, disappointed we chose Lochtegate instead of Loch Mess. We had a chance to do something really great there and we blew it. But when did she post that? So she stole it from him. See, that's not fair. K-Dot right here
Right.
gets so many retweets, even though we know the original creator
Yes.
had tweeted it at 7:13
'Cause you saw
a.m.
it.
because I saw it that morning.
Who is she? Who is
K-Dot.
this K-Dot?
She's just about good vibes, and she's getting her bachelor's in neuroscience at OSU. She's a student, but still,
Wow. Okay. Well, guess what?
don't steal tweets. Sorry.
Right. I gotta go.
What really happened in the bathroom at Lochtegate? They're so much fun, though. When you find out the IOC called a 32-year-old a kid. News outlets, stop calling white people over 18 kids and stop referring to people of color under 18 as adults. I tend to refer to anyone 18, 19 as a kid. There's that crazy story out of Miami of the guy that killed the couple and then ate the man's face. And I had messaged
Called him
about...
a kid.
I had said, like, oh, did you guys see the story about the kid who did that? And then one of our regular viewers, Ale, was just like, that's not a kid, he was 19. But in my mind,
Oh, here you go.
anyone under 20 is a kid.
Here's SK's.
Or anyone under 25 is a kid.
This could be today's SK argument of the day.
No, I think
where
it-
you take on the viewers.
Well, I just think that...
I gotta go.
I just think that I'm speaking from my perspective.
Yeah.
You know, anyone over 70 probably thinks everyone under 45 is a kid. It's all relative.
Okay,
Anyways.
so keep hanging with the police station because maybe they will actually.
Yeah, guys.
Maybe they would if they just come out and apologize. Hey, this thing got way out of hand, and we just want to apologize to our family, our parents, our supporters, and be good representatives from now on. They said something as humble as that. You know, could probably help.
Well,
My bet is they won't.
We are on police station watch out of Rio, guys. Stay with us.
Yo voy a la conferencia, vos acá.
La ruota di presa va a ser el teatro allá.
Manda a Sandro.
Sandro.
Explíquele bien lo que tiene que hacer Sandro. Ahí después
Sandro está yendo ahí.
Who stole what? Where?
Alright guys, we have lost the feed from Brazil. Hopefully we'll be getting another feedback. Let me go ahead and show you guys a live look at New York City in the meantime. This is a live look at America. We were just live in Brazil outside of the Rio police station where U.S. swimmers are currently being interrogated. If we get more video from Brazil, we'll take you there live. In the meantime, we do have a feed now from the State Department, the daily briefing, expected to start any minute now. The question is, will the State Department comment on Lochtegate? And just a heads up, I did just learn that the press conference, the police press conference regarding the Ryan Lochte swimmer scandal is expected at 6 o'clock GMT, 6 p.m. GMT. Right now it is 5:48 p.m. GMT, meaning it should be starting in 12 minutes. We should be getting that press conference from Brazil regarding Lochtegate in 12 minutes. So stay right here. We will have more on this trending story momentarily. And I'm going to cut away from the State Department briefing because it looks like we have a Mike Pence event coming up momentarily.
State Senator Sharon Carson.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Manchester. Has this been an exciting election season or what? For those of us living here in New Hampshire and hosting the first of the nation primary, it has been a long and interesting road that has brought us to today. We have an exciting Republican ticket that speaks to Americans across this great nation, and we are proud to have Governor Mike Pence as our vice presidential candidate. He is currently serving as governor of Indiana, where he is known for his strong, principled stand on issues that are important to the people of Indiana. Governor Pence has served our nation as a congressman from Indiana, and we need to send him to Washington as our vice president. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the next vice president of the United States, Governor Mike Pence, who is accompanied today by the First Lady of Indiana, Karen Pence.
She's still in the street, smiling from her head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this? Maybe she's in need of a kiss. I said, hey, what's your name, baby? Maybe we can see it's the same. Now don't you wait, hesitate. Let's move.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you to State Senator Sharon Carson. Thank you for that warm welcome. Karen and I are thrilled to be with you today in the state where it all started. The Trump train left the station here in New Hampshire. We are excited to be with all of you today, and with so many friends who are with us. And I have to tell you, as a Colts fan, it just shows you the extent to which I'm willing to go to win this election for Donald Trump. Can you give it up for Matt Light? What an incredible athlete and a Purdue Boilermaker, I might add. Matt, thanks for your support. Congressman Frank Ginta, Chris Sununu, my friend, all of you are gathered here today. It was just a few short weeks ago, with my wife at my side, that I had the great honor and the great privilege to accept my party's nomination to run and serve as the next Vice President of the United States of America. And I'm humbled to be with all of you today. You know, I appreciated Sharon's introduction, but she knows me well enough to know the introduction I prefer is a little bit shorter. And that is, I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican, in that order. And I gotta tell you, I joined this campaign in a heartbeat. Not a second of hesitation, because you have nominated for president, beginning right here in New Hampshire with that great primary victory. You've nominated for president a man who never quits, who's a fighter, who's a winner. And until very recently, it seemed like he was out there all on his own, fighting the good fight for the American people. But now we have nominated a man who I believe is going to be the next great president of the United States. And starting here in New Hampshire, we're going to elect Donald Trump as our 45th president. You know, this is a town hall format, but I got a few things I need to get off my chest. So let me share a few things with you, and then we'll get to your comments and your questions. You know, people ask me all the time, they say, what is it about Donald Trump? You know, I really do believe Donald Trump has made a connection to the American people. He's given voice to the frustrations and the aspirations of the American people more effectively than any American leader since my hero, Ronald Reagan. I truly believe that. But I think at his very core, the way I put it back in the Hoosier State is, Donald Trump gets it, right? He's a genuine article. He's a doer in a game usually reserved for talkers. And when Donald Trump does his talking, he doesn't go tiptoeing around those thousands of rules of political correctness that the media and the elites impose. He tells it like it is, and the American people hear him loud and clear. And he will make America great again. It's kind of funny to watch some days, Although I got to be honest with you, lately I have to turn on the television with a stick. You kind of with me on that? What are they talking about now, right? And it's pretty amazing, though. I mean, the party in power and their allies in the media all think the usual.
Vi algo estranho, olha só o funcionário. Parece que ele foi ver ali, né?
Possivelmente ali o barulho chamou a atenção dele e ele foi ver o que estava acontecendo ali.
All right, guys, looks like they've cut into the Mike Pence feed because they're taking us live to Brazil. They're taking us live to Brazil. The video of the Ryan Lochte.
Chamaram a atenção. E já numa segunda câmera, na sequência da imagem, veja que eles não sabem exatamente qual é o táxi que eles vão pegar. Tentaram entrar num táxi ali, não era aquele, foram para um outro.
No primeiro momento, que a gente pode concluir, que parece que a única verdade que eles contaram é que eles estavam bêbados. Essa que é a única coisa que corresponde à realidade. Ou seja, eles de fato estavam bêbados mesmo. Agora, no mais...
Eles falam, quer dizer, que houve um assalto. Se houvesse um assalto aqui, a gente não vê movimentação desse tipo, delegado.
Não. As imagens... foram um dos primeiros elementos que começaram a desconstruir essa versão apresentada por eles.
Parece muito tranquilo, né, todo o aspecto aqui. A gente tem inclusive outras pessoas, olha só, tem uma outra pessoa entrando no táxi aqui que eles tentaram entrar. Ou seja, não há um ambiente ali de clima de assalto, não há ninguém correndo, por exemplo.
De forma alguma. Há imagens, inclusive, deles chegando na própria Vila Olímpica, em que eles tiraram fotos, que eles fizeram brincadeiras um com o outro, que demonstram que eles não estavam num estado de quem acabou de ser vítima de um ato extremo, violento, como eles narraram terem sido.
A gente vê os próprios funcionários do posto, né, eles não estão, depois que eles foram ao banheiro ali e saíram, a gente viu o rapaz passando aqui pelo meio do posto, ou seja, há uma atitude normal depois dessa tentativa deles saírem daqui, né, e aí eles entram no táxi e aí acabam deixando o local. Né.
O que causou espanto para os funcionários do posto foi no momento seguinte, quando eles viram as imagens desses atletas sendo divulgadas como vítimas de roubo. E aí essas pessoas identificaram, não são aquelas pessoas que estiveram aqui e fizeram aquela confusão aqui.
E que disseram que foram assaltadas.
Que disseram que foram assaltados, e aí começa a história a evoluir. E hoje a gente já
de repente isso poderia sobrar para eles, né?
Com certeza, houve um certo receio por serem atletas, por serem estrangeiros, então houve um certo receio deles no primeiro momento trazerem essa informação à polícia. Mas entenderam a necessidade disso e hoje alguns já foram ouvidos e outros devem ser ouvidos agora nas próximas horas, para a gente colocar todo o tijolinho que falta nessa história para esclarecer todo ponto, cada passo, até para a gente individualizar a conduta dos atletas.
Qual é a participação
que cada um
de
fez,
cada um,
né? Se todos os quatro promoveram o quebra-quebra, se foi um, se foi outro, enfim. A gente precisa agora detalhar isso. E para fazer isso, a gente precisa ouvir as pessoas que ainda estão...
O americano está colaborando com isso, doutor?
A gente tem tido colaboração tanto do consulado como do comitê. Eu acho que o maior problema que a gente teve é com a postura dos próprios atletas, desses rapazes. Eles acharam que eles podiam fazer o que bem entendiam aqui, podiam agredir, né, as pessoas, como parece tentaram agredir de segurança numa situação delicada, porque insinuaram que foram policiais que praticaram isso. Isso para mim é mais grave até do que o início do fato.
All right, guys, that was the feed of the video, the surveillance video at that gas station. We're now getting a live feed from the press conference, police headquarters.
Testando, 1, 2, teste. 1, 2, testando.
He's good. He's cool. I told him. I saw he's getting me another battery. One battery.
Ele que fez a campanha do
I still have another full battery, and as long as I can get off of his kid by the time I get out of here, that was my biggest thing. Was you gotta fire it up. No, you had to give him a stick. ABC did, but she hasn't gotten her stick back, and I came over here. Oh, yeah, and that's what she thought it was the same stuff. Cool. All right. Thanks.
Até chegar. Vocês estão
Well, it just takes a minute. Yeah, we're drinking.
Já tá tudo ok aí? Tá começando? Tá?
Ele falou que era a mochila dele.
Pode até botar, João, mas eu acho que não vai ter utilidade, porque os caras estão ali atrás. Não vai confiar ninguém para voltar.
Eu acho que as perguntas
Mas o negócio aqui não vai ter. Nada no chão, fica na boa. Não tá. Tem tanto cabo, eu não sei. Pode.
Não vai atrapalhar.
Pois é, pois é.
Para não derrubar.
Como o tapete é listrado, fica fácil, mas
Ricardo,
tá um pouquinho, né? O que eles estão sugerindo é botar o pessoal sentado no chão.
umas 10. Ali tem ainda dele.
Mais 8?
Tem um tempo. Aqui não pode fechar.
Tinha saída. Mas pode sair pelo elevador também. Já sai direto do plano de já saía.
Mandaram a mensagem.
Já falei. Sim, é assim que já falei já.
Quem vai trazer?
Não, já foi. Não tem espaço. Não tem espaço.
acho que não tem não. Cadê o Tião? Tião, ô!
testando áudio, todo mundo. Alô, alô, alô. Só que não, né? Oi, oi, testando áudio, todo mundo, tá funcionando? Posso sair? Cheio de vergonha. Oi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, testando áudio. Vocês estão me zoando, né?
Hello? Sure. We'll do, okay, bye. Testing 1, 2, 3, testing, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, conference, Brazil, press conference, Brazil, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, press conference, Brazil, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, police, press conference in Rio, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing 1, 2, 3, police press conference, Rio de Janeiro, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, Brazil, Rio press conference, 3 p.m. scheduled start time, testing, 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 Brazil press conference, testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing. This is a test. Rio press conference, testing, testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3, Rio press conference, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 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 1, 2, 3, testing, Rio press conference, testing.
Eu imaginei. Agora, ele desceu e ficou preso a Lochtegate. Não tem problema, olha só. Volta por aqui, trazer por aqui pela frente. Tá bom?
Please move back. There are more journalists coming up. I want everyone to have a seat. Yes. Looks good. Okay. We'll do. We'll do. Yeah. I'm sorry, what was that last part? Right, right. Whenever, so, yeah. We'll do. Okay, bye-bye. Yep.
Aqui, Ricardo, aqui, ó.
Atenção aí, galera. Tem esses pendrives aqui com as imagens que sobraram lá. De quem são? O meu azul.
He's giving out pen drives. It's hard to hear. He's off mic. Hello, testing. Flash drives.
Mais alguém? Mais alguém?
I've lost image.
Rapaziada, a gente vai precisar que umas pessoas passem. Será que vocês, por gentileza, podem só chegar pra frente pra eles passarem e depois voltar? Tem.
Pede só, então vamos fazer o seguinte.
Só vê a portaria.
Só uma coisa, todos os microfones estão ok? Não precisa mais caixa de som? Alguém precisa de mais alguma coisa?
Só começar,
Eu também espero. O chefe já está a caminho, já está chegando, já está na DEAT, eles já estão vindo para cá. Tamo junto, gente. Eu sinto que vocês sentem. Vocês podem não acreditar, mas...
E a Fizina, vou ter que passar por cima aqui, tá? Às vezes o pessoal agora vai...
Eu vou ligar de volta.
Pra ver se na hora que chegar aqui o pessoal vai estar falando aqui embaixo. Não, às vezes quando cai no drone, o pessoal vai pegar embaixo.
Ô, Ricardo, abaixa um pouquinho pra você.
Não, olha só, é que não tinha como ficar ali atrás. As câmeras não podiam se mexer. A gente vai empurrar pra cima e descer e ficar na chave. Não tem jeito.
Puxa a cabeça aí. Agora aumenta ele aí, dá um grau nele aí. Os dois, agora os dois. Automático aí.
mesmo daqui a pouco para os demais, para colocar o nome, eu vou passar a caneta, e o veículo que vocês estão representando, que a gente vai pedir para na hora das perguntas. Eles vão fazer a exposição de tudo, e cada um vai dar um nome, eu vou ler o nome na ordem, e a pessoa vai ter direito a fazer ali uma pergunta, tá bom? Por enquanto, vou ver se eu vou poder aumentar.
A entrevista vai ser no chão assim?
Com eles aqui, é o espaço que a gente tem.
Não faz na cidade da polícia.
Passamos para isso. C3.
Aí, galera. First of all, I'm sorry by my English, but who is foreign has to put his name, their names, in order to make a question.
Não é mais fácil só levantar a mão, não? Não, porque não respeitam. Eu não consigo saber quem vai primeiro. Porque eu tô conseguindo um monte de pessoas.
Porque na verdade a gente não sabe realmente. Eu tenho talvez uma pergunta depois do que
Pessoal, que eu estou falando assim, isso vai depender muito das perguntas.
Entendeu? Isso aqui.
Eles vão levantar.
Pode passar a mão.
Porque aí vai acabar que mecânica não vai
Porque depende do que vai ser dito.
Entendeu?
Agora eu tenho 3 perguntas, mas depois talvez não tenha.
Aí quando falar o nome, pode falar, eu não quero agora e depois eu tento voltar no nome. Eu posso fazer assim. Sim.
Pode escrever aqui.
Inglês tá doido, eu tô certa, não tô doida não. Então, uma em inglês, só dos veículos em inglês eu vou pedindo pra uma e uma em português. Me dá mais essa folhinha e a caneta, tá lá. Peraí. Em português, uma pra cá.
Eu não vou sair daqui. Estão subindo, acabou. Acabou a inscrição.
Tá passando essa foto, passando essa peça é boa. Essa peça aí do Orlando Silva tá impedido.
Tentar organizar isso de alguma maneira. Vamos tentar organizar de alguma maneira. Pode. Não, não vai. Não vai. Senta aqui, Branco.
Please speak up. Please speak up.
Podemos começar?
Can we begin? Yes.
Bom, senhores, boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Eu vou tentar conduzir isso de forma que facilite
Good
o trabalho de
afternoon.
vocês.
I'm going to try to make your job
Eu
easier.
espero que todos aqui
I
compreendam
want
português.
everyone
Não vai
here,
haver
hopefully everyone
oportunidade
here
de fazer tradução, senão a gente
speaks Portuguese. We won't be able to provide
Então, vamos falar em
translation.
português. Se
We
houver
will
alguém que não compreenda,
hold this
depois a gente
conference
pode
in Portuguese.
tentar
If you don't
atender de
understand,
forma
perhaps
separada, mas não há
we could try to
maneira de se fazer aqui em duas
serve
línguas,
you
apesar de
separately. Unfortunately, we
muita
cannot
imprensa estrangeira
provide
aqui.
translation, but we can try to
queria-
help you afterwards if you do not speak English.
Sim, o meu nome é
Name and
Fernando
rank.
Veloso,
Fernando
eu sou chefe da
Veloso,
Polícia Civil do Estado do Rio de Janeiro,
Chief of
fui
the
acompanhado
Civil
pelo
Police
Dr.
of Rio de
Alexandre
Janeiro,
Braga,
o Dr. Alexandre
delegado
Braga,
de polícia, chefe da
police
Delegacia
chief,
Especial de Apoio ao
chief
Turismo.
of the
Nós acomodamos
police
vocês
station
aqui
to
nesse
support tourists.
teatro e a gente precisa
We,
agradecer o pessoal aqui
wanna
do
thank
Oi Casagrande por ter cedido esse espaço,
the
uma
people
forma
who
melhor de
provided
acolher
this
vocês aqui,
space
porque o
to
ambiente da
try
delegacia não
to
comportaria todos. Então, eu
accommodate
preciso
you
fazer essa
because
menção
we
aqui
were unable to
pela
accommodate
gentileza do teatro
so
em
many
nos
people.
fornecer esse
So
espaço.
thank you for the theater for providing
Nós
this
a
space.
ideia para que a gente faça aqui é a seguinte: nós vamos
The
fazer uma
idea
pequena
is
explanação, vamos
to
tentar
briefly explain
de uma forma seguindo uma lógica cronológica,
chronologically
passar toda a evolução
to try
desde o
to
momento em que a
speak
polícia tomou
from
conhecimento
everything
desses
we know
fatos
from the moment that
até o
police
dia de
became
hoje.
aware of the facts till
Talvez
today.
algumas informações
Perhaps some
nós
of
não
this
possamos
information
fornecer
we will not
porque
be able
esse
to
trabalho
supply
não está concluído.
because
A investigação
the work
não
is
terminou,
not completed. Our
o trabalho não
investigation
está
has not
concluído.
ended.
Então é possível
The work
que
is
algumas
not
informações
completed,
a
so
gente
it's
não possa
possible
fornecer
that
para vocês.
we will not be able to
Passaremos
supply
todas as
you
que nós
all the information,
possamos divulgar.
but we will,
Ao
provide you
final
with all the
disso,
information that
eu
we're
vou tentar
permitted
fazer
to
uma
disseminate at the
uma
moment.
breve
At the end,
explanação para
I
vocês
will
aqui para
give a
tentar nivelar o
brief
conhecimento.
explanation to
O Dr.
try
Braga vai
to
fazer os
summarize.
comentários dele,
Dr. Braga will
descendo a um
make
detalhamento
his
maior.
comments in
E em
greater
seguida a
details,
gente vai
and
tentar
after
responder
that we will
perguntas.
try to answer your questions.
Dado o número de pessoas aqui,
Considering the number of
eu vou
people
pedir
here,
encarecidamente que vocês
I
próprios
ask,
se organizem.
please, that you organize
Levantem.
yourselves.
Eu não quero usar o poder de império aqui, estabelecer uma
I
regra, a
don't
gente
want
podia pedir
to
para
try
anotar
to
o
pull
nome.
rank, so
Pediram uma lista, conseguiram fazer a
we're
lista?
asking you, we asked for a list to be prepared.
Levantar a mão, vocês acham que por respeito
Perhaps,
levanta a mão?
please
Pode
then
ser?
raise your hand.
Pode ser na base do levanta-mão?
Please raise
Eu
your
digo isso porque eu estou com o delegado da DEAT aqui, vocês estão com o chefe de polícia, a Olimpíada ainda está acontecendo e a gente vai estar fazendo um esforço aqui para poder atender vocês, porque é importante que assim seja feito. Mas a gente precisa tentar organizar isso. Eu não posso prender o delegado da DEAT aqui enquanto depoimentos importantes estão sendo colhidos na DEAT nesse momento. Vocês devem
because they
saber
have
disso.
other important business to take care of.
Tentar organizar. Eu sei
So
que
let's
todos
try to
querem
be as
informação, a
organized
gente
as
vai
possible.
tentar fazer isso da melhor forma possível. Dito isso,
With that,
então vamos. Esse
let's
fato
go.
ele começou de uma forma
The
diferente
events
do
began
usual.
in a
A polícia
unique
tomou
manner.
conhecimento
The police became
do suposto
aware
roubo
of the
através
supposed
da divulgação em
robbery
redes sociais,
through
né,
social
através de uma
networks,
matéria que foi veiculada fora do Brasil, e a partir
through
daí
a
Delegacia
post
Especial de
outside of
Apoio ao
Brazil.
Turismo
And then
começou
the
a fazer o seu
special
trabalho.
unit for support
Vocês já
of tourism
sabem, já
began
foi
to do their
divulgado,
work,
mas
you
não
know,
podemos deixar de frisar
and it's
agora.
already been in the
O
news,
trabalho da polícia foi
that
extremamente
the
dificultado
police's work was
em
made
razão da
very
carência de
difficult by the
informações e as
lack of
poucas
information
informações que nós
and the
conseguíamos,
little
seja
information we were
fosse
able
dos
to
próprios-
obtain
das próprias supostas
from
vítimas,
the
fosse de outras
supposed
fontes, ela era
victims or
contraditória.
other
Apresentava uma série de contradições
other
desde o início.
sources, but it was contradictory from the very
As
beginning.
equipes coordenadas pelo Dr. Braga
The
prosseguiram nesse
Dr.
trabalho.
Braga's team
E nós começamos a
proceeded with their
receber
work,
algumas
and we started
informações
getting little by
que
little
começaram a
information,
esclarecer
which began
como
to
os
clarify
fatos de fato aconteceram.
how the facts
A
indeed
primeira
occurred.
informação
The
que chegou
first
por cima da
information
polícia
that the police became
foi de
aware of
motorista
was of
que
a
conduziu
driver
duas jovens que
who was
saíam
driving
do
two
local
young
do
women
evento.
who were leaving
Esse motorista ouviu dessas
an
jovens
event, and he heard from these two young
essas
women
jovens teriam ficado
that
um termo que vocês entendem o que quer dizer, eu não encontro uma maneira melhor de
what's
dizer.
the word to use?
Enfim, teriam ficado
They'd
com
stayed
os nadadores,
with the
os atletas.
swimmers. They'd stayed stayed with the swimmers.
Fizeram menção a isso,
And
esse motorista,
this driver,
quando viu a divulgação
when
dos
he
fatos, ligou,
heard
né,
the news. He called in the information that he heard from his taxi, and he brought this to the attention of the police unit, and that began to tell us that the athletes, or at least one of them, had a motive, perhaps to tell a story that was different from the real one. This had not been disseminated previously. Now we can reveal this. Several measures were taken. We looked for images. We collected images from closed-circuit cameras at the gas station and other places and their arrival at the Olympic Village, and we began to investigate. The unit for serving citizens is a special unit to liaison with the citizens, and we sought people who had the real version of what happened, and that this perhaps was not a real robbery, but they entered in contact with the police chief's headquarters. And these individuals, these citizens who said they had knowledge of the true happenings, were reluctant to enter in contact with the police because they were afraid of retaliation, because these were international athletes and there might be retaliation. It took us a while to communicate with these individuals. They understood the importance. These were the security guards who have already been interviewed by the police, and based on their testimony, we began to build the real story of what happened. Based on those, the testimony of those security guards, we started interviewing other witnesses. One of those witnesses just arrived at the unit now and is being interviewed. As I said, this is currently in action. We're still interviewing people. The driver who drove the athletes also has been interviewed. He appeared at the unit. He was interviewed, and he confirmed the version that the police thought was probable. The police detectives were put into action and began to do their work at the gas station, and apparently were able to determine that an act of vandalism had been perpetrated by one or more of the athletes. Perhaps Dr. Braga can give more details. Those are the details we have, but I'll try to diminish the number of questions you have and try to give as much information as we have. No questions for the moment, please. At this exact moment, what the police can confirm is there was no robbery in the way that it was reported by the athletes. They were not the victim of the criminal facts that they described. The police can already confirm this. Since there are still investigations, ongoing investigations, as a matter of fact, with interviews with two of the athletes, we don't have the complete picture, so we can't answer all of your questions. What crimes will they have to answer for? We can't answer that. Why? Because we are still trying to conclude our investigation. We have to finish hearing everybody. We need to see what the conduct of each athlete, to see if they have any responsibility for those acts. What is the most likely story, the real story? And again, we're still hearing witness testimony, and the story can change. So it's already premature to talk about any repercussions. The athletes left where they were coming from. They went to the gas station. They went to the bathroom, and on purpose, one or more than one of them, we're still investigating, began to commit acts of vandalism in the bathroom at the gas station, breaking mirrors and other equipment. This led to a certain confusion at the gas station. Employees of the gas station tried to control this situation. The images also show the athletes going back to the cab and trying to leave the location. When the employees noticed what was happening, the security guard tried to convince the cab driver to wait for the police and to not leave the scene. Apparently, these facts have been confirmed, and there's no doubt about them. The athletes did not want to stay. They did not want to await the arrival of the police. In that meantime, a third individual offered to help as an interpreter because the security guard did not speak English, the athletes did not speak Portuguese, and this third individual, who was a witness, if he has not been interviewed, is being interviewed, or will be soon. And he tried to interpret between the parties that they had committed acts of vandalism and that had created damages for the establishment and they needed to pay. According to the reports, they offered to pay, and they did pay 100 reais and a $20 bill to compensate the establishment for the damages. 100 reais plus $20. 100 reais plus a $20 bill. They left that money for the damages they had caused, and they left the scene before a police vehicle could arrive. The images of the gas station have confirmed this version, which also confirms what the witnesses have said. As a matter of fact, the versions of one of the athletes, he has confessed. Yes, he confessed. We confess only when a crime is committed, but he was a witness. He gave a testimony, and he corroborated the facts that I'm sharing with you. He confirmed all of these facts. Which one? He is. They're still being interviewed. Just a minute. We agreed that I would finish first. I will try to give you as much information to try to limit the number of questions. I will give you the details of the names. I'm trying to help you as much as possible. One of them has confirmed this version. So that's one more element that effectively confirms this version. Were there any arms? The images that have been disseminated, plus the witness testimony of the drivers and the security guards, make clear that there was no violence practiced at any moment while they were there. They were not victims of physical violence or any type of violence, or anything that might lead them to believe that they were being robbed. There was no evidence of physical violence. The images show where they are asked to sit down. One of them tries to stand up, but even then, there is no evidence of any kind of violence committed against the athletes. So nothing would have justified their notion that they were victims of crimes or robberies or anything of the type. I think that's all I have to say. Were any arms brandished? Mr. Braga, if I have omitted anything, please feel free, and then we'll ask questions. But please raise your hands only when Mr. Braga finishes. Your description was very detailed. It's pretty much, you pretty much exhausted everything we have to say. So please raise your hands. Let's start with the ladies. Was an arm ever brandished? Why would they have invented this version?
São 3 perguntas. Então,
You asked 3 questions.
Era uma pergunta para cada um.
I asked you to ask 1 question each.
Se cada fizer 3, vamos lá, mas é bom, pode ser de outros.
But your question might be asked by others. Was an arm pointed at them? Yes. Dr. Braga said, according to the security guards, they said that because one of them was very upset, the witness, we just became aware that one of them was extremely upset. So if there was a use of an arm, it was to contain them.
Sim, a resposta é sim.
It was never obviously fired, but the answer is yes. The second question,
Por que eu disse que isso era
why?
indicativo? Porque isso traz motivo.
Motive.
primeira versão,
The
a polícia
first
começou
version, the police
sem nenhum dado.
had no information, very little information, and there was contradictory information. So the first thing that emerged is that these girls, through their testimony, there was a motive. So if this athlete had a relationship which he doesn't want to be disseminated abroad, he all of a sudden has a motive to hide when we know he has a relationship outside the. This is not. This is simply a suspicion. When we became aware of this, this driver brought this information. He was heard. This was never disseminated. Now we are disseminated to create a narrative. Your third question. The police went to the location. We don't have the complete report, so I can't answer yet. We have to wait the response from the military police. But preliminarily, we know that the military police was called. When they arrived at the scene, the situation had already been resolved. It was confusion that had occurred. So the state of Rio, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but in 1 year, they make almost, they have over 1 million reports. So this was simply one event, but once we have the report, it'll help us construct the facts. On this side, please. Man and then a woman. Did they admit that they lied at any moment? Did they admit that they gave false information? The 2 that are being heard now, who had not been heard previously, you already know that they were not allowed to travel and they were taken off an airplane. They are being interviewed now. The first one has concluded his witness testimony. An interpreter was translating, and he was signing as we left his testimony, and he admitted this version. He confirmed the version that I just told you. Who was that? He never lied because he never gave testimony in the first place, but he simply told us which one of them was lying. What's his name? We'll have to get back to you on that. We'll have to get back to you. Now another reporter, a female reporter. They're being heard now. Who pointed the weapon? Was it an employee? The security guard. For the gas station. Please raise your hands. Who? Now a female reporter. I wanted to know who pointed the weapon, who was it pointed at, and the fact that a weapon was pointed. Could that be extortion? Did they feel that they were obliged to give the money? It depends on the circumstances. What do we need to know? We have to finish our investigation. For now, there's nothing that indicates this. For now, we have the report of the security guard who reported an extreme behavior by 4 youths, strong youths, and inappropriate behavior, at the minimum inadequate behavior, breaking things, and exhibiting a tendency to continue this level of violence, so to say. So in a situation such as this, in principle, it seems justified, because if I have a weapon, I can't allow anybody to get near my weapon, and if I need to contain that person's behavior, at a certain moment I can brandish that weapon. But your question is, was it excessive, the use of that weapon? Maybe yes, maybe not. It depends on the circumstances. But up until now, nothing indicates an excessive use of the weapons. But we're still taking testimony. Others will be heard. There may be some new news, but that's based on what we know. Based on the athlete who's already been heard, according to the police officer who's investigating him, that did not occur. This as per the athlete himself. But remember, the investigation is ongoing. Only one employee had a weapon. I am not certain. You're going to have to please accept the fact that we're still interviewing individuals. So we don't have the full picture. If we were to read all of the testimonies, forensics are investigating the area. And if we were to try to answer all your questions, we would not be able to do our work. So keep that in mind with your questions. Thank you for the opportunity. So this story was apparently fabricated. Ryan Lochte.
A primeira resposta é sim, para a gente não ter sim.
Interpreter can't hear the question. This type of crime, what kind of penalties typically exist for such a kind of crime? Would it be community service or jail? We have not reached any conclusion of the type so far. That's why I began to say we need to conclude our investigations first. If, in fact, it is confirmed that certain illicit behavior occurred, according to Brazilian law, it may, and it depends on our investigations. In normal situations, I would never respond to such a question because we try not to speculate. So, but theoretically, they might have to respond for false reports, one or several, for falsely reporting a crime and for damage to property. So that's only theoretically. I'm in no way saying, and I'll say it several ways so you can't misinterpret what I'm saying. I am not saying that they are going to be formally charged for anything. We have to finish our investigation, and at some moment that might be that might occur. But in principle, we have nothing to lead. We cannot reach that conclusion.
Bom, Bárbara. Tá bom, desculpa. Pedido da assessora de comunicação, tem que atender. Fala.
Onde ele estava, vocês já tiveram acesso? Ele estava desaparecido, tinha feito o check-in online ontem, não apareceu?
Quanto ao... vou respondendo. Daqui a pouco eu canso.
With regards to that athlete, we've been informed that he needs to appear to be heard. That has not happened yet. We asked that he appear, but that has not occurred so far. The security guard who had brandished this weapon, is he with the police, and is the weapon registered? With regards to the identity of the security guard, one of the requests they made, because they are reluctant that there might be some retaliation, they asked that their identity not be revealed. And we guaranteed that that would not happen.
Se assim não fosse, eles responderiam por isso também.
They are completely within their situation is in no way suspect. They're registered adequately, and if that weren't the case, they would have to answer for that.
Vai na mulher e volta em você. Lá atrás, pronto. Lá atrás, aquela menina lá.
This athlete who confirmed the version, did he say why did they commit these acts of vandalism? Had they had too much to drink? Ryan. He said that Ryan was the one who was most upset, and he attributed this. These are we just heard this now.
É dos dois. A gente teve que vir para cá. Vocês estavam ansiosos aqui. É dos dois. A gente vai confirmar isso para vocês.
We'll have to get back to you.
Todas as pendências que a gente vai deixar aqui com vocês e vai passar para vocês. Eu me comprometo.
We will try
dos
to
dois, que eu não sei qual foi.
Supply you with one of the two. I'm not sure who attributed the extreme conduct to Ryan. He said he was he was intoxicated and under the effects of alcohol.
Bebida alcoólica. Foi ato falho meu aqui.
Dizer então que
droga.
Vocês podem falar hoje mesmo que tudo isso realmente aconteceu por coisa do Ryan Lodge? Ele é a pessoa responsável por essa mentira toda?
Não, hoje ainda não dá para responder se foi só ele o responsável. Isso seria uma presunção.
We still can't answer if he's the only one that is responsible. At the end of the investigation, we will be able to tell you. The question cannot be heard.
Olha, a gente apresentou. Não houve espaço de dias.
It was a matter of days.
Eu vou ter que me alongar pouco para poder você entender.
Just so that you will understand better, the Olympic Games are still ongoing. The police's day-to-day activities go on. Police stations are open and there's a tremendous demand now for their services because of the Olympic Games. So several police forces, both local, state, and federal, are having to coordinate their activities. The Command and Control Center for the Olympics is trying to coordinate all the activities through that general coordination. We took this information to the Olympic Committee and through other channels such as the consulate. I forgot to mention, the representative of the U.S. consulate are accompanying events. I invited them to participate in this press conference. They preferred not to. So as soon as this information, it was a matter of days before that information was relayed, but they were notified. And we need to give them that we need to do it within a certain time. It wasn't a long time. When we heard news that they were leaving by airplane, it became clear that they had no intention to cooperate. But all legal measures that can be adopted, we always have acted within the law and never tried to go without exaggerating our. But keeping in mind that we have our day-to-day activities, but when we learned that they were leaving, that was an obvious sign that they did not want to cooperate. So, Dr. Braga, to us, that was a clear-cut sign that they did not want to cooperate.
Não vai falar, abriu mão? Tá bom. Então vou passar para ele aqui. É homem, é vez de homem agora.
Obrigado. Ricardo da BBC. Ontem o advogado de dos atletas, aquele que já está nos Estados Unidos, o Lochtegate, criticou a polícia brasileira.
The attorney for Lochte said that the Brazilian police overreached.
Só que eu vou responder para esse advogado. Esse é advogado?
Is he an attorney?
Tem algum? Não tem, né? Aqui não tem ninguém com nariz de palhaço.
We don't have anyone with a clown nose here. I think I'm sorry for using humor, but I think we have no one here with a clown's nose. I think his comments merit that response. Whose idea was it to contradict? And will Ryan Lochte be heard in the U.S.? The FBI has accompanied what we have done. They have accompanied our actions.
Nós já estamos alinhavando essa cooperação através
so
do
that
FBI,
cooperation with the FBI, so that he be heard there
isso se chama carta rogatória,
through a letter of rogatory. They have to agree, and if they agree, we will ask for a letter rogatory. And through local police, the FBI has offered their services, but I can't confirm whether that will happen because we would need their cooperation.
A questão, eles atribuem ao Ryan essa articulação, mas isso é preliminar, isso é em tese.
That is still preliminary. It's premature. Those that have been heard, will they stay in Brazil, and how about their passports? They're being heard at the moment. We needed to hear them so that they could corroborate in our investigation as to the facts. I think Dr. Braga can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any necessity for them to stay after they have given their version and collaborated with our investigation. And one of the witnesses, his testimony is in alignment with all our evidence, and it coincides with what the other witnesses say and with the images. So, but the decision is not for the police to take. We will simply confirm that we have no more need of them testifying. And how about the third one? Is that true for all three of them? Yes, all three of them.
Não vamos suspender o negócio. Deixa ela lá atrás que ela está tempão, aí eu passo para você, tá?
Have they shown any remorse? Have they apologized for their behavior and causing such a scandal? And what has the negative effect been for a city that is, after all, very violent? And real things have occurred with other athletes. Have they expressed any remorse?
Sim, eu acho que a gente está tratando de pessoas importantes. A gente está tratando de
We're dealing with important matters. These are public figures. They influence others. They influence large levels of society. So they should have a behavior, a model behavior. So I think yes. But they're human beings. They commit mistakes, right? They were under the influence. So an apology should not be for the police officer or to me. It should be to our city, who saw our city stained by a fantastical version. We know that it's a fantastical version. We know what really happened. So I think it would be noble of them to apologize to the Cariocas, to the citizens of Rio. What was the other question? If they actually apologized during the deposition. No, they didn't. But not up until the moment that I was there. But if they did afterwards, I don't know. And the British delegation said there was another athlete who was robbed and who was very shocked. Are you aware of this? Yes, I have heard about this. And the unit there, the police unit, is doing their work. We're doing the same level of work, investigating. So you said Rio is a violent city. Yes, large urban centers have violence in their day-to-day. Rio has its problems, as do other cities. The question is, how do we confront our problems? We are trying to confront these issues in the best manner possible within our abilities, but we can never accept that the responsibility is only for law enforcement, is only of the police. It's for all of us, including the victim, because a victim who doesn't report to the police might be contributing to the lack of security, lack of safety. So citizens can only demand safety of the state. They also have the duty to do their part. So when there are public figures who don't do this and don't comply and don't do their part, I think they're not helping. Every citizen, be they Brazilian or foreign, they can criticize us, but they have a duty to bring these facts to our attention. In Rio, the police allow you to file complaints over the internet. You can file complaints on the internet. So the police has offered this service to facilitate reporting facts so that we can be aware. We have no problem filing reports, and we try to facilitate it. But as far as the British team, yes, we are investigating. In the beginning, there was the insinuation that there might have been extortion by the security guard. Do you have any doubt? Might they have invented this version? Whether I have any doubts or not is not what's important, nor whether Dr. Braga has any doubts. What we're trying to do is comply with the highest level of behavior. So in our report, we were able to find evidence that indicate that it's very improbable that these facts would be interpreted in any other way. The images don't comply with what they were saying. When we talk about the use of a weapon, it seems to be of use. The weapon was used to control them. Once they were controlled, the weapon was holstered, and the interpreter, the gentleman who interpreted, said the same thing. So there was a third party who had no interest in this, who said you need to pay, and they voluntarily handed over money voluntarily to pay for the damage that they had caused. So it doesn't seem to have been extortion. That will probably be our final conclusion, but we need to wait for the conclusion of our investigations. Could the images have been edited? There were 10 minutes that were not present. Can you confirm that? The images will be submitted to the forensics of the civil police. Obviously, we have not had the time to do that yet. Forensics, the expert's report will confirm whether the images confirm with what's written on the report, and will tell us if there was any editing, what editing there was, what editing happened when, and the forensics will do this without a doubt. But obviously, these images were just delivered to forensics, so they haven't had time to do that just yet. Following up on what she said, when the arm was pointed, were they inside or outside the taxi? If I'm not mistaken, they were outside the taxi, but we can answer that in greater detail. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were outside the cab. Could you talk about their departure? How did they depart? And did the guard have a license for his weapon? There's no problem with the weapon the security guard had. How did they depart? The gas station. How did this end? They left by cab. They left by taxi. The taxi driver says, as a matter of fact, and this has been disseminated already, they were really upset with the driver because they wanted him to leave, but he wanted to stay. So this was apparently a robbery that didn't happen. How many robberies have happened to tourists? The Law Enforcement Institute can give you that information. You'll have to ask them how many tourists have suffered incidents of robbery. But I can't answer that now. If you want that information, we'll get it. We'll get it for you. The security guards. They work at the gas station. Yes, according to what they say, yes. Do they work are they off-duty cops? One of the requests was that the identity of the security guards not be revealed because they are afraid that there might be retaliation. That was one of the requests, and we want to comply with that. We will not reveal to the media their identity. It will be identified in the case, but we will not release that to the media. I already said they are, apparently they are police officers, off-duty police officers. If there was, if they overreached, if they exaggerated, what kind of sanctions can these police officers suffer? It's conjecture. Up until now, there's absolutely nothing that shows that there was an excess. One of the athletes said there wasn't excessive behavior by the security. The way they understood it is one of their colleagues was extremely excited and behaving in extremely heated fashion. If they did not behave within the law, they will respond to the law. But nothing so far indicates that. I can't conjecture, though. I'm not going to say if they had done this, then we don't want to waste our time talking about conjectures. I'll have to speak to Dr. Tarita to get back to you. I still have a question. As I understood, the security guard didn't want them to leave because the police were about to arrive. But they paid. Were they freed? Were they let go because they paid? Why didn't they stay and wait the police? The crime of property damage is a civil case. It depends on the injured party. So they would have to say that they want to proceed with, if the owner says, I don't want to proceed, enough trouble, the police can't proceed with the case for damages. So there's no problem if it was resolved. There's no problem if they agree on a compensation and there was no physical violence. If the injured party says, okay, things have been resolved, the state can't intervene. Because according to the law, if they resolve the case amongst themselves,
All right, everybody, looks like that shot did freeze up there in Rio with the latest update on the U.S. swimmers and the incident that happened. We'll try to get that up for you if we could.
Okay.
We're not going to go to Louisiana, where they are having a press conference about the flooding situation there.
Yes, I think a couple of days you were talking about midterm or long-term and the solutions for housing. Has that been analyzed?
Yeah, and we mentioned that a while ago. We are continuing to analyze it. We can't get the right mix determined until we know more about the population who's affected. And we're working feverishly to figure out exactly who they are, whether they had flood insurance or they didn't, whether they have help to get back in their homes, whether their homes can be fixed in a matter of hours or whether it's going to take days or weeks, and where all of these people are geographically. And when we have a better feel, we will know whether and how many manufactured housing units to order, what the rental capacity is, and which changes because.
A presença dele em outro lugar junto com a pessoa que ele deveria estar. Você acha que isso aí é até importante para a investigação em algum ponto, mas a gente não tem essa resposta.
We do not have the answer to that yet. They were working at the gas station, or were these police officers that were passing by? They were working at the gas station. According to the investigation, so far, the investigation is still ongoing. Up until now, we have not seen anything untoward. If there is some behavior that was not appropriate, we will change that narrative.
Acho que você já perguntou também. Sim, claro que contém. Não é denunciação caluniosa, que ele não imputou alguém. É falsa comunicação de crime. Em tese é. Em tese é. Em tese.
Pode ser atenuada porque a polícia que convidou os dois para prestar depoimento?
Não entendi.
Como foi a polícia que convidou os dois para prestar depoimento e não eles que foram à delegacia para prestar depoimento? Isso pode diminuir ou ser um atenuante em relação à falsa comunicação de crime?
Não interfere. Bom, senhores, acho que é o suficiente, né?
I think that's enough. Thank you, everybody.
In terms of flood control, but it obviously wasn't in place, and it's hard to guess what, just to what extent the flooding would have been lessened. And I'll be followed by Congressman Richmond if you've got any ideas on that. Since you
look, if history is any indicator, which I think it is, we made a lot of noise a long time about flood control, levee protection in New Orleans. Katrina came, and we got unprecedented money from the federal government to get it done. If you just look back to Hurricane Isaac, the West Shore Project, which protects the river parishes, had been dangling for 43 years. We finally got an engineer's report, and we're now going to move forward with the West Shore Project. And I think the Commit project will go in a similar fashion. One, because it's highlighted the importance. Now, I just want to say and caution, similar to what the governor said, I don't think there's been mapping or anything yet that will say what effect not having it had. But what we do know is that in a state like Louisiana, every diversion project we have, every levee that we have makes us safer. And I'm sure that the delegation will go back up with renewed vigor to try to get it expedited. And what events like this do is magnify to the core what we have been fighting for the whole time. So I would suspect that this would go along the same lines of West Shore Project and Metro New Orleans flood recovery projects.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
One of my questions is like how much
Jerry, once again.
All right, folks. Right now we have the chopper up here, local in Arizona, where a man was found dead outside of LA Fitness in Chandler. This was the Chandler on Dobson Road, 2100 North Dobson Road. A man was found in his vehicle in the Chandler parking lot of this LA Fitness. No other details right now, but the police are calling it a homicide. So there appears to be the car where the individual, the man, was found inside. No other details right now, but this is an active murder investigation that the police are doing right now just outside the LA Fitness in Chandler, right there on Dobson Road. All right, folks, Chopper is leaving the scene there. We're going to try to get you some info later on in the day, an update here. But Fox 10 News Now stream is going to take an hour break. We got to reset the stream. We will be back at 2 o'clock. See you then.